got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. insane. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand, it feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, Baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. I'm like a maniac when opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. What kind of sorcery? What spell you got me under? How we see eye to eye and we ain't alike. I can't help but wonder, how could two so different be lovers? Yeah, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause you're the only one that makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac when opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract. I wanna know every little thing about you. I wanna be the only pretty thing you cling to. I know keeping it to myself, it may seem selfish, but I can't help it. When opposites attract, it's automatic, I'm always coming back. No, you're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac when opposites attract. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, when opposites attract.
I've been dreaming, I've been looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. You say, you say, dream with ya, come with ya, dream with ya, I'll come with ya, dream with ya, take me I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. Get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom, freedom,
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play.
Did we ever grieve or cry? No.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、 でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Operations League for the final play day of Group Stage Group A. Cthulhu, my name is Proto, and obviously the man, the myth, the legend is here with me. How are you doing tonight?
Well, honestly, I'm quite excited for tonight, Proto, given that we've had a few very interesting results coming out of Group A, and today is still bound to be very much... today will be the big decider as to who will go where, because we currently have Renatus, now known as Roosters, sitting at the first place, given that they had a phenomenal set of matches last week, and now following through, DAWEI are looking to be the ones to claim the second seed going into the playoffs. Six School and Trinitas, though, look, they had a rough time. Now it's them tonight to battle it out and claim their spot in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, tonight for a couple of teams is going to be a big one. Obviously, this is the final set of maps for Group A this evening. Kicking us off is going to be 6S versus DAWEI. Now, for DAWEI going into this, obviously, it is going to be a little bit based on seeding for them, getting as many maps as they can to try and cement themselves a better spot. But 6S have a little bit more to fight for.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, 6S are struggling at the moment, given the fact that last week they had only a singular match, and that was against back then known as Renatus, now Roosters. They look, the only way to really describe this, the unfortunate performance there was borderline abysmal. 7-1 loss on Cafe, 7-0 loss on Clubhouse, albeit, again, me and Banda back then also talked about the fact that it will need to be very much kind of a learning curve for them, because they are playing what basically is the top expected team within Group A. So for them to get just good learning, given that they just only qualified as well for Operations League, I think it was still a decent learning curve for them. Now they get to basically put this all to use, all of this knowledge, given that they have a whopping 2 matches, I believe actually even back-to-back. They are actually, yeah. So we are kicking things off with DAWEI versus 6S, and then 6S do take it against Trinitas.
It's going to be an interesting night tonight, I think, and a big thing for 6S this evening is going to be the mental game, the fortitude, and just the longevity of their play style. Can they keep things up? Is the stamina there for them? But For the first match, DAWEI versus 6S, we are going to be heading to theme for map number 1. Cafe is map number 2, and that is going to be 6S's pick for the second. And then obviously the decider is Border. Cthulhu, do you think we're going to get to 3 maps here tonight, or do you think it's going to be a 2-mapper?
Or look, I think I'll reserve my full judgment about whether it's a 3-mapper, probably close to like the middle point of Theme Park, because given that it's one of those maps that just got re-added, it's been out of the comp pool for a decent chunk enough of a time for it to be a little bit more kind of difficult to remember how to play it out. Obviously, the meta changed. And, well, if, say, 6S do win it out on Cafe, I definitely think we could have a 3-mapper on our hands.
Yeah, it could be the case. Interestingly enough, Theme is our first map here tonight. We haven't seen it too much, and I'm very excited to be jumping on into it right now. Map 1, things off, starting it with the good old-fashioned Thatcher Jackal band. Defense, what are we thinking is going to come out here? Do we think the Mirror is going to stay or go, as well as the Valkyrie thought?
I'm tempted, to probably we will be leaning into Mirror Valkyrie ban. If not, then maybe Mirror Cade. Yeah, I was just about to say perfect timing on that one. But yeah, because Cade on Theme Park does allow a lot of those hidden positions for the Electric Claw to be hidden about, and for it to basically make those some of the walls completely unbreachable. But, well, you asked about whether Mirror will be staying around or not, and it seems like she will be keeping her position on the active side. Interesting
to see Mirror let through on Theme Park. I've seen some strategies where she is pretty heavily implemented. However, for Throne Armory, I don't think she is going to be too relevant. As we can already see from the current defensive lineup, she is not being brought out just yet. However, from note, DAWEI busting out the Knock God mode. We've seen him play on that position before, on that operator, and we already know the damage that can be dealt. So it's interesting to see that DAWEI really only have one dedicated hard breach in terms of charges with the Thermite. Maverick is in play, but whether or not he will be used too much is the big question for downstairs.
I mean, even just getting the Maverick over to start opening up, or at least poking some holes in the reinforced wall in the maintenance area, probably could be a decent idea to keep an eye out for. Mainly, I'm more so actually questioning the choice of a Thermite over Maverick, given that Thermite will need to get a little bit extra up close and personal, and given that there's a Mute and a Bandit in the play, and it seems like a very heavy hunker down position. I am almost inclined to say that we could even possibly see maybe an attempt to jiggle some of those bandit charges. That is, if Lucifer does decide to pull it off. Apart from that, look, as soon as Robust and PRV do play together, I think they could make quite a formidable duo.
100%. It already looks like we're going to be taking some quick control here. All the way into storage right off the bat. No congestion there. No type of roam from 6 School. They do have the castle in play, so it seems like there is a little bit of presence upstairs. Obviously, we saw the Malusi setting up towards Top Dragon, etc. But DAWEI, they're already in. They have maintenance control. They have the drug flank as well, cut off by God Mode on the knock. And this roam upstairs, while yes, it is going to be rather important for them to hold on to, DAWEI have pretty much negated that completely, and they're already going to work on the walls. Site, I would imagine, is going to be opened up here very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah, quite a quick entry as PRV just trying to bait out and say if there's going to be any sort of bandit tricking, but there won't be. As weird as it feels and as it sounds, yeah, the quick and easy entry is there, but Lucifer has a rather disgusting hole to really play around and could possibly have that big upset potential, but will need to be very snappy on that play. Meanwhile, God Mode on the completely opposite part of the map might just be that person to completely dislodge a whole lot of positions, given the Nook kind of status and the fact that literally nobody is even trying to hunt the Danish operator.
The issue for DAWEI now is going to be this verticality that has been opened up by Lucifer here. This is going to completely disregard the opening of that wall and make things pretty hard here. However, Raven upstairs trying to cut off some of these rotating roamers. Needs to play for at least a pick here. God Mode still has control of storage as well. So DAWEI have some of these crosses cut off. And getting onto the site probably is going to be the easy part of this push. However, 6 School due to the fact that it's a 5v5, they still have all players alive on the board and some good positions upstairs to hold on for as long as they can. But DAWEI, I mean, they look like they're getting set up for something here.
Yeah, they're getting set up for quite a number of things. I think the moment either Bandit or Castle do go down to the hands of Raven, this could be a big swing of things, given that God mode just went down, so it's bound to be a very much one-dimensional, one-sided push, and already an entry into the throne is there.
I try to come out to try and deny, however, PRV, largely alive, is going to start getting that bomb down. Raven on the cross here, trying to hold for this player. Will find the mute on the swing. He's going to get 2. Zayla goes down as well. He's going to get the Echo Drone 2 with a lovely headshot. Raven for full 5 into the side. DAWEI! What a way to kick things off!
Oh my goodness, the aggression from the man. Oh my god. Raven. I mean, we knew that the LMG does in fact go burr, but I didn't realize that it would go burr like this. Holy.
Oh, you didn't even need to stop shooting. You just kept going.
Oh, man,
wow, what a round. What a round. He did a little bit of everything there, didn't he? Started off upstairs, took out, I think it was Bandit on the rotate out.
Yeah, the Bandit and the
Dragon
castle.
to play for the cross and the castle, and then just sort of walked into sight and had a word with a few people, and, you know, bada bing, bada boom, here we are. 5 kills on the board for him. An ace to kick things off. DAWEI, I mean, there's a reason that they are sort of regarded as one of the top few teams here for this group. I mean, Exhibit A.
Absolutely. Scary player, Raven, especially against Six School. And, yeah, look, the other thing I just realized, whilst I was doing the note-taking, that... you look at the track record of DAWEI during their qualifiers for Philippines. They flexed quite a hefty map pool as well during the qualifiers. I mean, they went... By the way, first of all, during Philippines qualifiers, they went flawless. So not a single map was dropped, right? That's 1. 2, they flexed Chalet, Skyscraper, Border, and Oregon as their qual maps. And during the last week, they took a 7-0 win on Cafe against Renatus and a 7-5 on Clubhouse. So on off maps like Theme Park, we might be actually seeing the dominance of DAWEI, at least in theory. Whereas you look at the track record of Six School, whilst it wasn't flawless, but they still managed to flex, well, very much kind of by the books maps. That is Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe. But Cafe didn't particularly work out for them against Roosters, given that it was, I believe, 7-0? Just double check. 7-1.
Serves me correct. So, yeah, something along the lines of that. All the same, I mean, DAWEI have such a complex map pool that it is quite hard to counter-strat against a team like that. I mean, for Six School now, we talked about this before the stream started out, they're going to be relying on more of the strategical, passive plays as opposed to aggression and heavy roams. But the way that DAWEI are going to be playing with, based on what we saw from round 1, is play for a pick and then pretty much just full send it. And I mean, it works. You really cannot fault it when it's working in their favor. We've seen them do it against multiple teams. We've seen them do it even in the main stage during the group stages, and they have just kept up that level of aggression pretty much throughout. And a lot of teams have really struggled to deal with that. And I mean, it already shows. I mean, Raven, 5-0, walking into the site. They only lost, one player on that execute, and that was God Mode, who played the entire round on the drug lurk. So, I mean, to only lose one player is really good from them, especially given the way that they're playing.
Yeah, it was so far a pretty clean run from them. Let's see if that is actually going to be continued here by them, because look, there's still plenty of opportunities to have a hiccup happen to them. So not yet kind of the conclusion for it. But look, I mean, I gotta say, for Six School again, as long as they can just stay afloat, keep themselves in that at least 3rd position at the end of the groups, this is going to be good. Against DAWEI, look, it may be rather problematic. Going against Renatus, though, now that would pose them a really good chance, really, to stay afloat and completely deny the opportunities for Renatus and kind of completely shut down whatever legacy that they did have back from the no-use talking days.
unfortunate here.
Did Boost just
Yeah.
lose both of the frags trying to
Yeah.
drain out the utility?
Unfortunate there. The ADSs have now claimed 3 flashbangs and 2 grenades. Speaking of grenade, though, God Mode's there. He's going to find Evlux with that first frag, and unfortunately the second one's not going to go quite as far as he wants to clear that Melusi gadget, albeit good frag to find, but now it is going to be clearing as much utility as they can. The nade to come through the wall hopefully should be... No, not good. The nade not hitting. That is now all of Zophia's utility, all of Finker's utility, all of Thermite's utility, and the wall is now opened up. God Mode's good for a second, looking for possibly a third, but DAWEI, bit of a hiccup there.
Yeah, a bit of a toss-up, but the way how 6S are doing, though, that is even worse, man. I mean, that continuous one by one kind of set of swings, not particularly doing a whole lot of good for 6 School, and yeah, whilst some damage is attempted to be exchanged, that's a quad. Can we see back-to-back aces at this point? No, given the push up. Okay, unfortunate. Unfortunate there, but Raven does wrap it up for his 6th kill now total.
That would have been insane if God Mode had hit that back-to-back ace. I mean, do we want to technically class it? Let's be honest. Raven got the ace in the first round and he got the kill. So, like, can we just donate it? Maybe. I mean, God Mode and Raven are the only 2 that have kills. So, like, maybe we can count that. I don't know. He was close, but I mean,
He was close, yeah.
An ace from Raven round 1, a 4K from God Mode in round 2. DAWEI, I mean, downstairs definitely is not looking like a good site pick here for 6 School. Something going wrong in the way that they're playing it, whether or not they don't have enough presence on site or they're losing these gunfights. I mean, obviously round 1, Raven kind of just killed everybody, but then again, God Mode, this time on the lurk, just picked everyone off as they were rotating around. I mean, the nade on the castle barricade, first player, then 2 more rotating around. I mean, 6 School are just getting caught pretty much with their pants down. I mean, only 2 players on their roster have a single kill each. So they're going to give up downstairs, and they're going to try upstairs in the office initiation bomb site now to try and maybe play for their first round on the board. But I mean, DAWEI, they're looking pretty powerful right now. Robust is going to be 6ing off the sledge onto the Yana, bring a little bit more information to the party. But I mean, DAWEI so far, the droning has been really good, and their executes have been, well, flawless. I mean, 2-0. So yeah, I'm going to see how the Yana plays for the team.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite keen to see this, because whether it was Sledge or Yana, it's still a 3-player roster for the frag grenades, which is already a very deadly kind of combination. And yeah, some extra info gathering certainly will make things a whole lot more pleasant in that form, with already God Mode continuing kind of his whole reign of terror with the with the nuke suppressed FMG9. Look at the sheer amount of damage actually going out into Lucifer as well. Not particularly having a fun time at all, not enjoying the the time at all, but actually able to find that return for himself actually does make things a whole lot nicer with God Mode now gone. This does put a bit of a dent into DAWEI's push, but I mean, top floor initiation hold can get very tricky to completely wedge out, given just the sheer set of opportunities. I say that. Speaking of the opportunities, Raven just pops his own one.
He was there to collect. He really was. Castle down, 6 to go. Not the most impacting frag to find, however, a good trade, however. As saying this, Evlux will take down Robust to keep the score in their favour. So 3 versus 4. DAWEI down on the on the player count, rather, sorry. And, I mean, things are just getting dicey, yeah. A couple of mistakes here. Lane Jack is going to be able to capitalise on that Melusi device, and Lucifer's good for his second, leaving Raven up to his own devices. He's 7-0 right now. He'd need an ace again to clutch this out for his team. He's got a minute and 10 seconds. There's plenty of time. He's going to go for the drop. Has the Z-Ping, finds the first head, but Zayla is there. Raven falls for his first death, but 6 School, they're going to put their first round on the board.
Absolutely. Well, 6 School, at least, not really yet ready to go into the night too quiet. Managing to find that early opener for themselves does make things a whole lot more competitive. Let's just say that, whilst DAWEI is still keeping the point advantage. I think this third round was quite a little bit of a misread by them, given that, well, 2 previous rounds they were expecting kind of a very similar, almost passive hold just on site, which allowed quite a fair bit of that ground to be taken over. In saying that, I still reckon we could be seeing quite a fair bit of fight to come out from Six School, given that they're starting to finally adjust to how things been going, how that general pacing been happening from DAWEI, and so later down the line we just might see that return to form.
Yeah, Six School definitely did a lot better that round, sort of taking the aggression to DAWEI. I mean, they sort of had an inkling that there was an entry coming from Drug Lab a lot of the time, and obviously we saw the sort of direct roam counter from Lucifer there on downstairs, pretty much ready to meet God Mode as he came in, and ultimately netted them, the opening pick, which then converted to a round, which is obviously good to see for Six School, given that they have slightly struggled at the beginning of this matchup. But I mean, DAWEI, they have changed things up a considerable amount here. We've obviously got no more knock anymore, and they're deciding to bring out the Osa, who we have already seen do big things for them on maps like Border, and I'd imagine if used correctly, she will probably be able to give them a good sort of beneficiary here on a map like Theme Park, because having those angles set up, those one-ways, is definitely going to be something that is going to be dangerous for Six School.
Absolutely, yeah. Six School at least do manage to prove that they still have quite a fair bit of fight in them, and still could do a lot of good. But yeah, I'll 110% agree with you. The introduction of Osa will be absolutely huge here for DAWEI to keep on pushing their own kind of agenda, you could call it. Apart from that, look, I mean, we haven't really seen a whole lot of change in the approach either. I mean, Raven continues to kind of apply pressure one way or the other onto the second floor. The God Mode does swap things around, so he is now trying to assist the Raven with those pushes onto the second floor with the Osa, and the PDW does make things a whole lot nicer and smoother in saying that. But apart from that, at least it's good to see that Six School keep on fighting back and being able to reclaim quite a number of frags away from DAWEI.
Lucifer finds his second here. God Mode to fall. Now leaving Vooz to try and clean things up. Will find the refrag. So Lucifer to go down. He's going to be able to clear some Lucy as well. Zix actually falls in the fray. Raven, good for that frag. They're going to go for the reloads here. LMGs obviously have to keep them fed, or else they're not going to continue putting bullets down range, but it's a 3 versus 2. Definitely doable for Six School here if they can play their positions correctly. Only 50 seconds remain. Some pings being placed on the map. The wall will be opened up onto the backside of the B bomb site. And I mean, angles have been set up pretty well here to try and play for this crossfire. But as I say that, Vooz not going to let go of Mouse 1. The Jaeger's going to be spotted as well. Vooz good for the final 2 DAWEI. They're going to close out this round and find themselves putting a little bit of a spring back in their step.
Yeah, they switched things around, realized that, well, the read is now coming into the play, and it certainly will be a whole lot more problematic to deal with if they continue to try to push the same kind of play, the same kind of play style, and certainly that seemed to have been all fixed up and sorted. Apart from that, yeah, look, DAWEI on the right track. They just need to ensure that they just don't falter too much or don't give away too much of their setups and positions. And yeah, God Mode's kind of flexibility on Osa did prove to be rather beneficial now for them, as he was kind of that second person that was almost now felt naturally necessary for DAWEI to play with, kind of in tandem with with Raven. Blanked out there for a brief moment. To just generate that extra ground to play around. Unfortunately for Robust, though, and PRV, they still yet to find the points themselves, but when the rest of your team is able to frag out the way how they've done so far, I mean, there's really no need to sweat.
No, there really isn't. I mean, so far it has pretty much just been the Raven God Mode show, hasn't it? I mean,
Yeah, basically.
why would you even bother at that point? You just sort of let them do their thing and you benefit. I mean, that is all that is really there to be done. You just benefit. But this is something I like to see as well. Raven, obviously now with the double claymore change, he can cover his barrels and main lobby run out completely by himself.
Yes.
And that is awesome. I like to see that, the good use of the utility there on the Zofia. But I mean, this position from him on the kitchen as well has just been, there we go, capitalizing so much on cutting off those top arcade rotates. Raven to find one early on. Jump out, that was actually the jump out there. So, I mean, his Claymore is still up as well. I mean, it just speaks levels on what it's achieving. Nice nade there from Voos.
Yeah. Look, yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of this change. That does give a little bit more opportunities for that passive kind of flank watch, which has been kind of quite a big talking point, especially when you see ops like Gridlock, ops like, well, not Gridlock, more so Nomad nowadays than Gridlock, to be banned out. And once they are, things do get quite dicey. So with having that double claymore set up, especially in the hands of some players like, operators like Zoff, it makes things 10 times just about as easy. Zayla though and Zix absolutely just demolish Vuz and Raven, which does leave things in the hands of God Mode and PRV to try to clutch it all up. So it seems like, well, from Stick School, the idea here has been try to fight fire with fire and aggression with aggression, and it so far has been absolutely clinical.
PRV starting to find himself some frags in this round. He only needs 2 more to find the dub for his team. Clutch it out. Definitely doable. Fragmite in the right hands is something to be scared of. But I mean, Six School still have some really good positions as well inside of the side. Obviously, they've got a crossfire ready to play off of when he walks through this double door here. POV obviously none the wiser about the positioning of these two players. He does have the vault option. However, bulletproof cameras galore. Six School have some good information. 30 seconds left for him to play with here. Could go for the vault on through. Yuck's on the long angle here with the SMG-11 in hand. It's going to be a hard set of fights for PRV to win. He's going to opt for the exothermic charge. With 20 seconds left, he needs to find one frag to put it in a 1v1. He's going to find the mute. That's a triple for him. He needs one more for the 4K Zix, the last member alive, to make something happen here for Six School. He's seen him left side of the door. He knows he's going for the push. Pre-fire as well, and PRV's good for 4. DAWEI in the 1 versus 3 make things happen and find themselves a 4th round.
Oh my lord! Just as I was about to call it that, yeah, this is Six School's round. PRV just gets absolutely activated.
Hold this.
Hold this. Basically, that's what was the quote there from PRV, and oh man, he handed out some rather just clean L's, polished L's, you could even say.
Yeah, I mean, look, Six School, rather unfortunate for them. A round that arguably should have been theirs, given that it was a 1 versus 3. However, PRV has decided to show up to the game and put some kills on the board. The first 4 for him, keep in mind, in this matchup so far. And what a 4 they were. Absolutely insane from the Fragmite to clutch things out and away. Looking pretty good to make this a 5-1-half, given that Throne has been a site that has been pretty fruitful for them so far in this matchup, given that, Six School haven't won it a single time. Robust will be jumping back on that Maverick. God Mode bringing the Ash is an interesting choice here from my point of view. But I mean, what do we think about that, Cthulhu? Do you rate the Ash pick on the site like Throne, or do you think that this is more just a couple?
I think, well, it bit of column A, bit of column B here, Proto. Given that, well, Ash could still theoretically do the same kind of job that God Mode was doing on Nook, just you essentially swap things out from frag grenades to breaching charges. And apart from that, it's basically the same kind of toolkit for God Mode to utilize. Instead, he will be though going for the top floor push, but G36C arguably has a little bit of a better damage output compared to the suppressed FMG9, so it's much less of a kind of a pea shooter. So God Mode here could do a lot of great things, especially in tandem with players like Vuz. So yeah, look, so far it's looking like he is kind of feeling back in his own element.
Look at the aggressive nature here of DAWEI. I mean, 40 seconds in, they found a frag onto the castle and now have also pretty much taken full top floor control. Now with Godmo finding that second frag, 2 of the roamers taken off the board early on. I believe 1 more still stands in the path of DAWEI. However, may have dropped down the hatch. I do actually believe that roamer... No, yeah, there is still one top arcade that they haven't quite found just yet. So we'll see if that last player can maybe do some work. But I mean, DAWEI are already good for 2. The Bandit, unfortunately, Bruce these days just have not been going really well. Lucifer's good for the headshot there. He's going to find 1 at least to attempt to equalize. But I mean, look at DAWEI. They've cleared pretty much everything else on the top floor. Downstairs, Raven's going to find a headshot onto both his teammate and Zix. But I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. DAWEI are looking good to close us out at 5-1. He's got to rip the castle down onto the site, and Godmode's there waiting. So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty much all she wrote. He's good for 1, but I don't think he's good for any more. The bomb's going to go down momentarily, and this could be all she wrote.
Could be, albeit I still think that quite a number of things could have been done. I say that Raven is most certainly still alive and ready to absolutely dominate the whole playing field, and yeah, like you said, quite a clean venture from there on out. Look, DAWEI managed to make this look almost easy. Apart from a couple of hiccup rounds, 5-1 scoreline is looking like we may just have a rather quick conclusion to the match itself, and with the way how DAWEI been conducting both their kind of passive defensive plays and the offense, Six School may just end up kind of be left in the dust. Plus, as well, on top of it, let me actually just double check. This is actually, yeah, this is, well, DAWEI's pick, so one would hope that they would, you know, be able to perform on the map that they picked themselves. But I reckon maybe Border may be good, but again, another one of those freshly introduced maps. Not a whole lot of teams probably did a very thorough prep, so for DAWEI, this is looking promising.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at a couple of the setups from Six School, they were very, you know, shut off a lot of areas, and they allowed, essentially, DAWEI to take a lot of the control. I mean, we saw the castle strategies employed with pretty much just castle all the doors, you know, in the middle towards the east side of the map, and that just gave DAWEI so much control. I mean, we saw them pretty much in the building in the first, 30 seconds of pretty much every round, because it was really... interesting to see how quickly they were allowed to get in by Six School. And I mean, now the attempted spawn peek from Godmo, it's going to do some damage, but Think Boost is there to pretty much mitigate all of that, and in the process loses his life as well. And the Legion going down early, obviously that means no more Legion mines, so unfortunate there for DAWEI. But I think they have a couple of rounds to give away at this point, given they're 5-1 up here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those situations where they're kind of not particularly too fussed about if they lose 1 or 2 rounds, albeit they obviously would want to show, I mean, as minimal amount of rounds to their opponents of Roosters as possible when it comes down to playoffs. I mean, obviously, quite a different situation could possibly arise here. I say that, though. Already Zayla trying to output some damage. That pre-fire from Raven, though, is just a little bit too good and a little bit too on point. But it was a trade, actually. Oh, my. Oi, oi, oi.
Oh.
Oi, oi, oi.
That
was naughty.
Great. Someone take Raven's mouse away from him. That was spicy. But I mean, spicy as much as it was, still leaves DAWEI in a 2 versus 3. Now, Robust playing inside of maintenance here to attempt to cut off Dragon in its entirety, pretty much. The only thing that is going to be sort of accessible here for Six School is going to be the yellow wall. Obviously, DAWEI have themselves set up to hold for Split and Bottom Dragon, so that is, well, what they're going to be playing for. But given that Six School still has one of its top fraggers alive, Lucifer, DAWEI are going to have their work cut out for them here. There's a minute left for Six School to play with. They're doing some vertical upstairs to try and find these 2 players. However, DAWEI, they're not looking to give them any free picks.
Not at all, yeah. Still playing a very fluid game of defense from themselves, albeit with each and every swing of that hammer, Flamejack won't be leaving a whole lot of ground for DAWEI to really play around, but it's not over just yet. So I would imagine something later down the line we could be seeing quite a change in that momentum. But 6S, look, unless something goes horribly wrong and PRV all of a sudden reactivates himself, I think they still should be good for one more round, given that Robust also goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate on the swing there from Robust. However, had to make something happen. The bomb now going down. Ziggs is going to be trying to plant that diffuser, but from the main breach, Lucifer to find his second. Six School, they're going to find round number 2 for themselves. And I mean, very well done by them. I mean, yes, you lost a lot of players on the top floor. However, they managed to pull it back, the man count in their favor, and then ultimately convert that into the round win. So very well done by them. DAWEI, I'd imagine, if I'm being completely honest, probably could have clutched that. But I guess it doesn't really matter. That round, to me, seemed like DAWEI were maybe sort of just trying to suss out and feel how Six School want to attack this map. I mean, that's why they're very aggressive at the start. They want to see what they can get away with, stuff like that. But I mean, DAWEI, they sort of just know what they want to do. I mean, the roam from Raven, yes, he was taken out, but I mean, to take 2 with him in the fashion that he did, being the thinker and the ace as well, by the way, I mean, that is big L's for Six School. I mean, the fact that they won that round was a miracle. But still very well done by them in the same passing.
Yeah, no, it was still a formidable play. It's just unfortunate that the rest of the roster couldn't pull up. I mean, let's just quickly have a look at the disparity of the frags, Proto. I mean, yeah. Raven sitting 14-3. We have PRV on 4-2, 7-7 for God Mode, 4-4 to Vooz, and then you have unfortunate the unfortunate son of the whole family, Robust, with a 0-5. It definitely feels rather odd with the sheer disparity. Obviously, Raven being kind of on the front lines, no matter whether it's defense or the offense, does sort of dictate the general pacing of it all. But yeah, it certainly felt a little bit funny to me with the way how this whole venture has been working out for that roster. Apart from that, look, I mean, gotta give props to Six School. They're still able to, you know, keep on reapplying quite a plentiful amount of pressure, and they didn't really back up any time. So, look, plethora of possibilities is still on the board. So they could still bring this back, maybe on attack, and turn Theme Park into a maybe a bit of a kind of attacker-side adventure for them.
Yeah, look, as much as they can do here in terms of just tiring DAWEI out. I mean, the more rounds you play, obviously, the more mentally fatiguing it is. However, Lucifer good on the entry, on the drop, actually, to take down Vooz on the Thunderbird. That's going to be a good opener to find, and given how Six School have been playing when they find these entries, we could be on here for another round, depending on how this roam plays. But things have been changed up a little bit for DAWEI. They're a little bit more passive this time, and choosing to pull their roamers back as opposed to having them stick around and fight for an extended period of time. But instead, Raven's actually going to walk up the yellow stairs and attempt to fight it. But Zayla, he's there on the cross, going to shut down Raven, and very quickly we find ourselves in a very similar position. Six School in a 5 versus 3. DAWEI only have 3 members left, with their biggest frag taken down early on here by Six School. So things are going to be difficult, but that is a great Frank from God Mode. He's going to take down the sledge as well. No more verticality. That is a big pick to find.
Yeah, with God Mode still being alive, he could definitely throw in a huge spanner in the works of Six School, and you are correct, yeah, with Sledge out of the equation, things will be a little bit difficult, but I don't think they won't be just too difficult just yet, given still the rest of the other 4 operators are still in play and ready to roll. Full health as well. I mean, it'll need to be quite a severe throw for it to really happen, for something bad to really go down, but PRV tucking himself in the corner here on the side could find himself maybe a couple kind of drop-in shots as God Mode gets so much information. Look at the sheer amount of pings coming out, and can the rebuy happen? Surely.
Now that PRV's found one, and the distraction has been made upstairs. Lucifer's got to be watching his own flank here. He's actually going to be good to find that player above, but no, look at this, the vertical in his favor now. They're going to have to go deep, and Zix is actually going to choose to stick the plant. He has information, he's got the impact as well. He needs to take the planter down, but no, he's not quite going to find the planter. The red ping's there. He's going to get it through the floor and away. What a way to find yourself on match point from the vertical retake. God mode's there to close things out.
Oh my lord, DAWEI, you absolutely naughty set of absolute gamers there, just nailing their performance so well. And yeah, look, props to God mode. He was basically the big solution, and PRV was kind of being played as almost closer to a bait rather than just a actual holder there, just generating that extra time for God mode to really reclaim the position, albeit it did feel a little bit scrappy with the way how that whole gunfight turned out, with him kind of initially waffling out and just trying to play a little bit more kind of closer to heart with some of those openings in the wall. But regardless of that, it was still very well conducted turnout. So 6-2 scoreline, a huge, if not severe, kind of upset for Six School, as they nearly managed to have it in the bag. We'll now be kind of left scratching their head. Well, this was one of our better chances. What do we do now? And, well, answer is, well, retry once again. I mean, the lineup seemed to have been pretty on point, but instead of now the Sledge, they are bringing in the Zoff and bringing in the Finker for Lame Jack, funnily enough.
I think the issue that Six School are kind of having here is that the flanks have just been so plentiful. I mean, that round we saw God Mode come up Dragon twice and get individual kills both times. So, I mean, you know, this then begs the question, are Six School leaning into the gridlock too much in terms of relying on that to be the only thing holding, as opposed to having a drone there or even a body? But the Nitro...
Oh, no, Raven.
What a way to go. The self-Nitro at the start of the round. That's the mirror down as well, actually, to kick things off. That's actually... That's a... What a way to go. That is a shame. But, I mean, hey, props for trying. You gave it your best. But yeah, good frag there for Six School. Really well done from them. I mean, I don't know what the plan from Llama Jack there was, but robust, he's going to capitalize on it. You take those.
Yeah, with Lame Jack gone, this does make things a little bit spooky, because Lame Jack, that's the Finka, that's the frag grenade gone, that's the LMG gone. So a hefty loadout, completely isolated and prevented, and in kind of the same way how Mira would have been a rather impactful pick here. Fortunately for Six School, they won't get to play around with the LMG for long. They still have Lucifer on the LMG, and what? Hey, yo, what is happening? PRV just doing the God mode as well. Are they like trying to just completely PM, saying, yo, we don't need two of our players, we can just do it?
Yeah, I mean, they just, unfortunately, don't really care. Oh, Vooz was almost good for both there. A considerable amount of damage dealt to the Maverick, but the pre-fire from Thermite, Six School, they're going to hold on for one more. And I mean, let's be honest, a little bit of a throw there from DAWEI. A team kill, a self-nitro, and I mean, just a whole lot sort of going awry there in their defense. In practice, looked really good, but I mean, Six School, you got to take those when they're given to you. I mean, the self-nitro, the team kill, I mean, that's a free 5v3 if you've ever seen one. So a little bit of a mistake there from DAWEI, but I mean, they've still got three rounds before it starts to get dire for them. So, you know, interesting, but we'll see how it pans out from here out. Six School have held on for one more round though, so it's only 3 instead of 4 to get it to OT. But I mean, do you think they can do it? Because alone,
the possibilities are certainly there. If DAWEI keeps on kind of flogging like they did, I wouldn't be surprised if Six School would be able to just emphasize off the back of that kind of result and bring it back. I mean, three rounds in a row. Look, it sounds like a tenuous task, but that's also because technically it is. But they've been quite familiar with the with a closer scoreline. So, I mean, Six School could still have that potential, albeit again, this is Theme Park. This has been kind of DAWEI's ground, even when they were in the player deficit. So, take it as how you want it, but for Six School, even if they do lose out, I don't think it is going to be too kind of unexpected. Let's just call it that.
It's actually a good question as well. Last round, the mirror was in play. Did we actually see any mirror windows deployed? I don't actually think we
that's
did.
A good question.
This round, we will see them sort of being employed, so that is good for Raven. No attempted nitros this time, so that's a bit better of a start. He's not going to go down straight away, as opposed to, you know, actually surviving for a little bit longer here. But Six School, a minute passed, no one internal just yet, trying to get their bearings with the drones before they deduct bodies into the actual building. But I mean, with Zayla disconnecting and the push now to come through into cash, that's a good start for DAWEI, obviously finding that free player advantage. But I mean, now Six School have some catching up to do.
Absolutely. Frag grenades already starting to fly around in hopes of finding some sort of a closure for themselves, as Zayla does manage to come back into the lobby. Already rather unfortunate, though, that the operator has been lost in the sauce in all of that chaos. And when you look at Six School, I was just about to say that they are kind of seeming to be fumbling a little bit, given that, well, they are trying to find their openings. And, well, opening they found, Robust gone for the 8th time now, but that is a little bit of a overcooked grenade and an overcooked Lamejack himself. Raven does find the read. And look, it's kind of what feels like it's an attempt to scrape the round that where the initial approach would have been to go through, you know, the cache, the security room, but it didn't really net a whole lot. So they are trying to push through the lockers downstairs, through the cafe as well. Whilst Lucifer was able to net himself a kill into PRV, the big playmakers are still alive. Vooz is still there, Raven is still there, and God Mode still here as well, ready to roll.
45 seconds. It all comes down to this. The off positions here from DAWEI in an attempt to throw Six School off and try and find just free picks. I mean, at this point, God Mode is going to spot the bottom out. Lucifer is going to go down, finish with the shotgun from top main. Raven's there for the cross. He's not good for the second. Zix will take him down on the trade. But now in a 1 versus 2, Zix on low HP needs to find 2 kills. Considerable amount of that HP taken away, and God Mode is there to close things out. DAWEI in a 7-3 are going to walk away with their map pick.
Well, finally we do get that closure for ourselves on Theme Park. A 7-3 scoreline is still nothing to scoff at. DAWEI continue their domination here in the second playday of Group A for Operation League Season 5. And, well, God Mode and Raven 12 and 16. Already showing that, yeah, it seems like, at least in the context of tonight's matchup against Six School, they will be the ones to dictate the show.
Yeah, I mean, huge performance there from DAWEI. I mean, a couple of rounds, let's be honest, through them, sort of had their fun, and you can't really blame them. I mean, getting warmed up, getting into the swing of things for an official, you always see teams do it sometimes. They make their couple mistakes, but then they sort of batten down the hatches and get to work. I mean, round 1, ace from Raven. Round 2, 4K from God Mode. I mean, pretty much that was the precedent to how this was going to turn out, I think, if we're going to be completely honest, Cthulhu. Just in those first 2 rounds, it was really pace setting from DAWEI, and they kept that up, which is something that sometimes you see teams fumble. They'll set the pace, and then it will sort of just fall off and plateau even. But I mean, DAWEI, they just kept their foot on the pedal. They didn't let it up. Yes, a couple of rounds were fumbled, but I mean, a 7-3 is still, as you said, nothing to scoff at in any regards. It is still a very respectable effort from them. And I think going into map 2, obviously now Success down 1, they're going to be, I think, probably even a little bit more worried. Yes, it's their map pick, but given how DAWEI have sort of come out the gate swinging, you got to sort of be worried about that.
Absolutely. Well, second map is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky, with DAWEI starting things off on the defense. After a little bit of a break, we shall come back and get things underway in just a brief moment, so stay tuned, take it easy.
wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
伏せて。
お！
ここに。私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。ええ。話は聞いたわ。見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break. Match number 1. What a way to kick things off. A very swift 7-3 to DAWEI. But now we head into game number 2, Cafe Dostoevsky. This is Six Schools Pick Cthulhu. How do you think it's going to play out?
Look, I reckon... Look, Six School might have a little bit of a... Well, call it fairer chance here against DAWEI, given that theme parks seem to have very much of a, I guess you could say, more trained kind of venture from DAWEI, especially with the way how they knew kind of essentially where to play, where to position themselves, and how to essentially trade their players. So I think going into Cafe, this is going to be a little bit of a closer scoreline, although, well, it will very highly depend on the aggression from DAWEI.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen DAWEI play Cafe before and sort of take it in style. I mean, yes, obviously a closer scoreline. But, you know, we're going to see how it plays out for them. Starting off, as always, with the bands. Jackal to go first from DAWEI. Thatcher possibly left up here, but Flores is also in contention. Cafe is a map that he tends to sort of strive on, I would even say, you know, obviously with Pixel, Bathroom Shield, Freezer Shield. So it's really going to be a toss-up here between the Thatcher and the Flores. And it is going to be Thatcher to go, so Flores available. But defense, obviously, Cade. But again, Valk or Mirror is probably going to be the only other sort of off pick here, I think.
I'm tempted to even say maybe something like a Pulse ban could really come about, given the flexibility of the operator. But yeah, generally speaking, Mirror, Valkyrie will be kind of the staple bans, all things considered, given just how much flexibility and how much kind of anchor ground they do provide. Sad that we won't really get to see a whole lot of Valkyrie plays, and yes, you were in fact correct. Mira will be banned out. So double Spaniard, an SAS, and a Navy SEALs operators are gone. Meaning, well, still quite a number of operators that are open for the picks, namely Flores. That has been kind of the big talking point for quite a while, being just how impactful he can be with just clearing out the sheer amount of different positions, and basically him being technically much more effective version of Twitch, given that he can also get rid of those mechanical traps, like frost traps, like the shield, as well as the
lesions.
yeah, basically anything. Whatever that can be destroyed in a single explosion, he can do it.
Yeah, it's Flores is definitely very powerful on a map like Cafe, especially when the lineup from DAWEI is very utility based. I mean, we have Malusi, we have Frost, we've got Jaeger, Cade. The one thing that is going to be an issue here for Six School is the mute pick from God Mode. We've seen him play very aggressively inside of that small cigar box with the shotgun, couple of holes opened up, mute jammers in place, etc. So whether or not that is going to be the position that he plays tonight is in the question at the moment. However, I'd imagine probably pretty likely, given that we've seen him there multiple times before now. But all the same, mute, obviously to try and deny the Flores play being brought out here by Six School is something to take into consideration, given that Flores is available. So we're going to see whether or not this mute is going to do anything really here for DAWEI in terms of denying the effectiveness of Flores. However, I think Six School are probably going to have an easier time than imagined getting around this sort of type of utility being brought by DAWEI.
I think the main here game for the Flores will be to just get rid of all those fortified positions, to get rid of those shields, and then kind of make the push from there, because I doubt that there will be an effective solution against the K charges and the mute jammers. So this will need some bit more kind of conventional clear out with explosives. Apart from that, this is, a very strong setup by DAWEI, and I think they might just been able to read into all of this position. That spot from God Mode will be extremely difficult to wedge out unless it's been already pre-aimed or pre-fragged as well, as Zale already has the position. So any sort of bad movement will result in the ultimate demise, and so it does. Good frag onto God Mode.
That's obviously now going to allow Six School to drop down into red and start trying to play for control through, obviously, the top red opening into the drinks bar and in the cigar shop itself, with no presence from below for Nitros. DAWEI, unfortunately, not going to be able to find a kill here on the entry through red, so they're going to be remaining in this deficit for an extended period of time. However, a big emphasis on the top white position. Lucifer takes a lot of damage. Benade's going to force the swing here, but Raven is going to get taken down in the trade. He does get one for his troubles. However, the remainder of DAWEI looking a lot worse for wear than Six School. Raven's actually going to opt for the disconnect, possibly some issues on his end, all the same. It's going to be a hard round of clutch here for DAWEI.
Yeah, absolutely. This is looking a little bit dicey here from DAWEI, and certainly not looking too clean. Old Pietro Buzz does claim double before going down, so it does make things a whole lot closer. PRV already managed to show that he was able to perform previously. Unfortunately for him, Lucifer will be sticking that diffuse, and the flash also comes about to re-flash him possibly, but no, it doesn't actually line up. There are, though, so many openers opened up here, and a swing comes about. Actually, Lucifer caught lacking, absolutely. And what is happening? Oh, the stick is actually going to come about. No, wait, it doesn't.
No. He got off. That is such a shame. But now from the skylight, Zik's in such a position to just close this out. However, yeah, look, there was not really much of hope there for PRV. Yes, found the first frag. However, if he'd opted for the stick, he might have actually got away with that if he'd got on as soon as downing the Flores. Obviously, he has no clue where that second player is, which is rather unfortunate for him. He can't see through the walls like we can. But, yeah, Six School, very close round, given that they found themselves in a pretty advantageous position. But, I mean, this is their map pick, so you would assume that they're going to start to dominate a little bit here, given that this is where, you know, they apparently feel comfortable. This is ultimately their proving ground, given that this is where they want to be playing. But DAWEI, they're already showing that they know Cafe pretty extensively. I mean, yes, losing a couple of those picks early on, and Six School were ready for these positions. However, DAWEI got it down to the 1v1, and you do have to commend them for that.
Yeah. So, a bit of a funny moment, Proto, that just hit me. I've unfortunately missed it initially. So, you know how I mentioned that Cafe should be a relatively, you know, comfortable ground for 6S? Well, against Renatus, aka Roosters, It was a 7-1 loss, right?
Hmm.
DAWEI last week did play it against Renatus as well, 7-0.
Oh.
So, yeah. Kind of curious if Six School managed to actually learn from their unfortunate loss there to Renatus to see to see if they can actually scrap some sort of strats and setups to counter some higher skill ceiling teams in the competition, or whether DAWEI already kind of had the phone line for all of this and just basically been already just caught mid-dialing all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to how they want to play their attacking half, really, isn't it? Defense on Cafe is relatively straightforward for most teams at the end of the day, but the real sort of skill for Cafe, or at least points of highlight, is definitely how the attack is conducted by pretty much any team in any competitive league. Attack on Cafe is arguably the harder of the two sides. But even still, I mean, round one, Six School did pretty good getting it to the position they found themselves in. At the moment, they're doing a very similar take to the previous round. They're setting themselves up. They've got the flanks covered on the run out. The Flores are starting to go to work as well inside of the bomb site. And the remainder of Six School are just sort of setting up to try and play for these cross positions. Obviously, Zayla is trying to maybe wait to see if he can find mute, but God Mode, he's going to take down one. Yeah, run out from downstairs in Cafe, and that was actually probably the double punch that we saw the Nomad do. Vooz is also good for one as well.
Yeah, this is already a huge adaptation by DAWEI, actually, and given that the initial frag from Six School actually came through the very window that right now the WAMAI is placed around. Lucifer, very much of a clinching moment there, able to actually find a shot onto WAMAI, but already the damage has been dealt. That's your Ash, that's your Sledge gone completely. So now it all leaves, majority of the work is being left to EVU, Lucifer, and Ziggs. Whilst they do have quite a decent set of weapons, it does look a little bit problematic with how things been turning out. And yeah, already God Mode claiming the life of Lucifer. Yeah, look, not particularly the best choice, and that it seems so far within the context of Cafe, it is looking to be very much favored towards kind of whoever gets the initial frag, and that's where the momentum will be dictated very, very heavily.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that, though, at least the way DAWEI's playing. Raven's good to take down EVU there, and now Zix in a 1 versus 4 needs to make something pretty amazing happen. We'll spot the barrel of God Mode's gun there, getting aggressive with this DMR, but I mean, Zix, he's just sort of playing to pad the stats. He doesn't want to drop into red where everyone's going to be watching the drop. He's going to go for the reload. Tries to bait a swing, but I think this 30 seconds is just going to be team time here for Six School guys. What went wrong? How did the adaptation come out? What can we do to do differently? And I think that's probably the right thing to be doing here if you're Six School. I mean, take this 30 seconds and just sort of talk about things. First round was really good, and then second round sort of, had a little bit of a stumble. Yeah. This time is going to be good for them to have that chat. Obviously, DAWEI are kind of hungry to pad their stats as well. He's going to drop up the punch as well. God Mode, he'll get that frag in the end. But yeah, Six School, they're definitely just sort of taking their time, talking things through, and it's probably good for them to be doing this, given that they're already a map down. DAWEI sort of just turned that around after losing the first round, and pretty much almost go flawless in the second. So unfortunate for Six School, but very well read into by DAWEI.
DAWEI certainly keeping quite true to their aggressive momentum once they manage to kind of feel out what is essentially the game plan for Six School. Well, from there on, it was a relatively clean kind of turnout later down the line. Now we do get to move downstairs into the kitchen prep and kitchen cooking site that we did actually see quite a fair few different adaptations, namely, the whole big introduction of a very thorough second floor play, plentiful amount of presence as well on some of the setups in the VIP / the bar area. So a number of setups could be brought out here, but I reckon DAWEI will be opting into a relatively fluid kind of roam heavy setup, because I mean, you look at all of those operators, all of them have the mobility and the loadout to pretty much go on the roam no matter who you are, including well, even God mode, given that he was just absolutely clinical with the MK14 whilst being in sports mode.
Yeah, clinical is definitely one way to put it. However, robust is actually the first to go. I believe up in dining there, View to take that first kill in his hands, or maybe even the white window wallbang could have possibly been. Yeah, it looks like that's where the phone is located. So maybe a wallbang there for Six School, albeit a great way to start their round off, finding that kill. They're all going to make their way to the roof and start making their way down onto the 3rd floor to clear out the remainder of the roamers here for DAWEI. Zayla will be opening up that hatch with breaching charge and starting to spearhead this push into the top of a red. They found the 1 kill. They need to find some more if they want to make this roam clear worthwhile. But DAWEI still have 1 player on the top floor, I believe by Drinks, just here where the ash is. Could be good to take out the sledge here. Doesn't actually seem to have a clue. They haven't thrown this player out at all. And while the vertical starts to come out, this player from DAWEI, I believe it's Vooz, could be good for... No, it's God mode. This is going to be huge if he can find X amount of kills in this position, even if he can find 1, because he can come down behind the roam here. He's going to find the Dokkaebi. Things are looking great now that DAWEI have this player. He just moves. He's going to get 2. He's going to be good for another one. Surely not. Unfortunate. Good attempt, though.
Yeah, solid, very valiant attempt from Godmode still, and the position. Oh, Raven didn't though expect the second person to move downstairs, but Zix already backing him up. Yeah, look, DAWEI just playing this just down to a T, albeit still be at a player disadvantage. They still should have a decently good enough grasp. Now, problem being is that, well, Zayla is still able to generate quite a fair bit of vertical gameplay, including with those breaching charges, so a fair bit of the poke position will be opened up and allowed. Now, I do want to definitely say, though, that it will quite heavily depend on how will Vooz play his position, because for PRV, he already got his spot. He's playing in a very kind of enclosed position, having that perfect angle onto whoever decides to push through either the hatch or the back part of the freezer. It all down to Vooz and his MP5, and he's currently absolutely... well, eyeless with the flashbangs out and able to actually get away and scrape away from that position and completely rotate himself, which is looking to be rather problematic for Six School to deal with.
He can post position and find at least 1 here on the push through. This is going to be huge, but no, taken down red like a book. Zayla is there, but all PRV needs to do is take down the planner. So close for the 180, but Zix there on the red holes. He's going to be able to shut the Jaeger down, and very quickly, Six School are going to take the lead, and DAWEI could have been a big round for them, but unfortunately, they just let it slip.
Decent result, though, still by Six School. Certainly looks like they have taken quite a number of good learning points from their last engagement with Renatus, and that improved quite greatly with certain plays, albeit lack of drone work did enable God mode to claim a frag and kind of slow down the general kind of onslaught of Six School, but by the end of it all, still having that 3-1 score, player advantage gave them quite plentiful amount of opportunities, albeit the time wasn't. So that kind of almost begs for a question as to, well, what will need to be done to improve the timing, because everything else so far has been pretty solid. On the side of DAWEI, though, yeah, look, I'm a little bit concerned as to what's been the go for them, purely for the fact that they kind of went pretty good up until that 5th, 6th point back on Theme Park, and from there on, kind of Six School started, catching up to them. So quite possibly, maybe the storyline here could be that Six School were just warming up on Theme Park, and now they're looking a little bit more unleashed, more ready, more prepared in the cafe. That is a little bit more of that comfort ground, to call it.
Yeah, I mean, DAWEI have definitely let a couple of things slip here in this second map, but I mean, Raven, welcome to the cafe. Hold this for me, Lame Jack, and that is your sledge taken down. What a read as well there from Raven. I mean, well placed Nitro to say the least, albeit Six School now down a soft breacher. I mean, yeah, DAWEI, it's really hard to say, given that Cafe, at least at the moment, has definitely seemed a little bit more of a struggle for them, I would say, but definitely not the hardest thing in the world. They still know what they want to do. They're finding these frags. They're making the adaptation. I mean, they lost round 1, made the adaptation run round 2. They lost round 3, now round 4. You'd imagine they've made their adaptations and they're going to be looking to do something with them. But I mean, it is definitely going to come down to how Six will conduct themselves, because if they can keep finding frags like they are, taking down God Mode, they're going to look good to win this round. The phone's obviously now available to them as well. But DAWEI, they still have a lot of stuff available on their side of the board to hold on to good control. They still have a roamer on the 3rd floor, Cthulhu. So things are still looking pretty good for them here in this round.
Yeah. With the rotation coming about all the way to from the rather white stairs, this is looking to make things a little bit more complicated for Six School, albeit spotted out on that rotation. Six will now commence the hunt, almost what you could call for the Red October. And as it stands, look, both teams, both players have a good opportunity to claim this round for themselves, but with Ziggs getting the better of Raven, DAWEI starting to slip away from that initial momentum that they were able to gauge, and now kind of left a little bit lost, thinking, well, what needs to be done, what kind of change needs to happen. But Robust and Vooz still kicking back, still fighting back, making this a 2-2 scoreline. It is looking still rather promising.
Especially with Zayla now going down, finished with the Mossberg diffuser in the control of the defenders, and Lucifer needs to get aggressive on the 1. He has to pick his fights, but Vooz, good for 3, DAWEI. A round that should not have been theirs. I mean, yes, we've said it before, but that it's better when you see it happen, Cthulhu. It is always better in practice, and DAWEI, they're going to pull back to equalize 2-2.
Oh man, okay. So, DAWEI just doing rather almost unspeakable things to their opponents, being able to claim a number of those rather clean rounds. Well, clean comebacks, let's just call it that. That's probably a bit of a better kind of statement here. Not too bad, but obviously would want to avoid being even brought out to this kind of situation where they have to heroically, clutch themselves out of this rather unfortunate circumstances. So, look, I'll still preserve my complete judgment on DAWEI and what are they even attempting to bring out here for us, but still keeping this 2-2 scoreline will just more so mean now that, well, Six School not really being given a whole lot of leeway points-wise, and, trying to flex this, trying to apply some more pressure, so it will need to be just mainly that mechanical presence and mechanical play for them to be brought out, because on the side of DAWEI, at least it's good to see that Robust already tripled his number of frags compared to Theme Park.
Yeah, that's always good to hear. Yeah, Raven's definitely taking a little bit of a backseat here for this one, or at least the start of this one. Obviously, we don't know how he's going to perform on attack when given Zofel and G back to play with, all the same. Some good utility being cleared out here by Lame Jack on the scanner. He's going to spot out, obviously, any pre-placed nitros or funky bits of material placed here. By the way, speaking of nitros, that one's going to be taken care of relatively quickly. And obviously, DAWEI now nitro-less. Unfortunately, can't get kills with that utility anymore. But Six School, I mean, they've made a couple of changes of their own. However, God Mode, with the MPX in hand on the Warden of all operators. He's going to take down Zix, and your Nomad going down early is not what you want.
Oh yeah, with the Nomad gone, Zix was actually one of the big, very impactful players as well. So seeing as the way how it turned out for Zix, it's not particularly the kind of result that you want to achieve, at least in the early stages of that game. Albeit IQ could still do quite a great deal of damage, and with that repel, the contention for the pixel is there, and albeit it is a very difficult, a very tenuous task to keep on contesting from that repel. I mean, quite a lot of spots could still be very heavily exposed, and that is something that, well, Six School would want to avoid as much as humanly possible.
Can I also say there something of highlight? The IQ could see the foot of Vooz through the drone hole, but it doesn't matter. Kills to come out, Vooz to fall. However, Lucifer lost in the fray as well. So a 4-3 here for DAWEI in terms of the man favor. Six School losing that advantage. Not going to leave them with many options. They're going to open up into shop still, but no, proning behind the desk inside of shop. One player from DAWEI God mode. He's going to find another standing up there from behind the bar as well. Raven finds one robust on the flank for the last. DAWEI, they're going to answer back with a round that definitely looked a lot better from their end of the ballpark. And Six School, unfortunately, sort of fumbled that one a little.
Indeed they did. It was a rather unfortunate result that Six School probably would have wanted to avoid as much as humanly possible, albeit just was not meant to really happen there. Still though, not the end of the day just yet for either one of the rosters, so one would hope to see some sort of a return to form from 6S as they get yet another chance. This is the round 6, so no more attack for them unless we head to OT, and that is something that they will need to be very wary about and very cautious about how they approach this, because a 3-3 scoreline would reset all of the progress that was so far gained by DAWEI, and having that ability to deny the progress will mean that, again, momentum play would be huge. DAWEI will be a little bit more hard-pressed about for the need to generate those opportunities, though I am curious how God Mode will utilize Thorn, given that we've so far seen a very kind of almost a very simple, very rudimentary setup from the Thorn players.
Yeah, I mean, the Thorn is an operator that has sort of yet to come into her own sort of spot in the meta. She does her best to replace Marusi in some strategies, and definitely can be used in default plant positions, hidden under boxes and stuff like that for late round. But other than that, her gadget doesn't go off quick enough for it to really do the intended damage that I think people want to achieve with it. And I think that is going to be the part where she has to make her sort of attempt at becoming her own sort of slice in the meta, given that it is a very aggressive meta right now. The only real reason that people run her is because her gun's insane. It is really good, and obviously the audible cues like that one. But yeah, exactly as on displayed here by Zella, they can also be shot before they even go off. So gadget 50-50, but the gun and what she brings, a shield, is pretty big for her on the defense. But I mean, you know,
shield
depends how the team wants to play it.
Gun, the primary as well. Yeah. Very good point on the loadout itself. But yeah, more so kind of to be played in tandem with some other gadget if Thorn's Razor Bloom is expected to be effective. As it stands though, well, a very already aggressive push, almost Ash-like by Lucifer, as he's trying to channel the inner Ash, and has the gun to do so, and actually does land a clean deal, but as it stands, oh no, that's a bit of a tickle damage there. Lucifer now taken down. Oh no, Evie, no, that's not how you do this. That will diminish the chances even further, and that is, well, how do you say this? A little bit of a flop.
Yeah, that is severely unfortunate, I think, is the selection of words that we would use here. Six School sort of just seemed to be making every mistake possible. Team clashes, team kills, just a lot really. However, a great play from Zix. He's going to net himself one, and Evie actually makes up for it to take down PRV. But the health in favour of DAWEI. 30 seconds left for the remaining attackers to play with. But the positions from DAWEI, God Mode in Pillar, and Raven in the Red Hall. He's got the ability to watch the drop, but also the white stairs here. The drone to come down, trying to find some of these positions. However, struggles to shoot. That one's actually going to get taken down here, and from a round that was not looking good for Six School, suddenly looks awesome. The Z-Pinks to follow the shield position now for Thermite close. Can the Thorn clutch it out? Yes, he can! The second team kill in that round, and God Mode is there to find the last player that was left. Six School, you cannot be making these mistakes at this level of play when there is so much on the line to weigh. They're going to end the half on 4-2 on arguably their worst start that we've seen from them this evening.
Tragic is probably the only way to describe what transpired for them. That's just, yeah, look, all of those things should not have happened the way how they did, and just, yeah, look, upset Central for Six School. I mean, oh my goodness, from one TK to another string, and that, I mean, look, maybe we were kind of memeing about, you know, being all cracked up and ready on the gamer subs. Maybe the gamer subs are hitting the Six School players a little bit too hard on some of those plays.
I mean, there wasn't even second thought there.
Yeah,
no, he flicked, bang, player dead, awesome, and then walk down white. I mean, that's where your spacing comes out, though, doesn't it? You've got to have that sort of gap between players, because you line up like that, you get the team kill, or at least the comm for, you know, play my contact or something there from Six School probably would have meant that they'd had more chance to win that one out. But you do have to give it to DAWEI. I mean, God Mode there, making it work, given the situation was pretty dire. Very commendable effort from both teams. Six School almost made it work, but obviously when the team kills come to play, the round does not go in your favour. But now they get a chance to have their turn on the defense and see if they can at least equalise or even take over in terms of the score here. But DAWEI, they're on attack, and this is where they thrive forward. So I'd imagine if they can find their momentum, things are going to be pretty scary here for Six School.
110%, yeah. The things could get extremely dicey for Six School. Given the sheer, I mean, look at the lineup for the attack. You have the floor stacked on top of the Twitch as well. So whichever and whatever utility there is, it is going to be under a severe amount of pressure. And on top of that, the Fink boosts, the frag grenades, and the sledgehammer of Raven, and the Hibana. Look, very dangerous. Pardon me. It seems all my dinner is starting to come out of me as well. 6S though, they still holding on pretty well. I say that God Mode just gets told, yeah, go swing. Swing he does, and that's exactly what nets him that frag, and what feels like what should have been prevented in the early stages of that drop down on the new bout.
Yeah, rather unfortunate there. However, the aggression obviously being something that DAWEI like to employ is proving to be quite beneficial for them in mostly every sense this evening. Six School now find themselves down a player and a Nitro. Keep in mind, they probably hear from Vu to try and clear this pixel position due to the fact that the Flores has not been working. God Mode is going to find his second, though, from deep inside of Shaiko. He might actually just opt to go for the walk onto the site here. The Z-Pings are available for him to play off for his beneficiary, should we say. Vu's to find one onto Zayla. God Mode does go for the walk and the drop from the Skylight as well, but a team kill to come back, and that's actually going to cost them 6.
Oh,
the
no.
other going to work. He's just spraying bullets downtown. Lucifer to find PRV and Vu's, and very quickly Raven left in a 1 versus 2. The Elder currently on reload. Raven not looking the right way. Will spot the Maestro on the attempted swing, but the cross from Freezer. Six School. What is it with all the team kills tonight from both teams? I mean, DAWEI now starting to just throw the same that Six School were.
Yeah, maybe it's like an infectious disease. here for DAWEI, because I'm just about as shocked as you are, Proto. Certain things should have been very much avoided, and look, not the kind of turnout that one would have hoped to see from DAWEI, given just their initial pacing and momentum. But look, it is what it is. We are here, and oh man, I'm lost for words. I'll be honest here. Proto, this has been a very kind of eyebrow raising kind of turnout here from both teams, as a matter of fact, on Cafe. The map that kind of we occasionally talk about, saying that this is one of those maps that pretty much all the teams played once or twice in the season. So weird turnout with maybe Game of Subs running a little bit too high there on some of the performances, and the aim labs just kicking in way too early.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something going on behind the scenes for both teams. I mean, you know, it brings a whole new sort of meaning to the point-and-click adventure game. It's sort of just shoot first, ask questions later type deal, and I think that's definitely what both teams have sort of gone for. But you do have to keep in mind as well that given what's at stake here for both of these teams, they're going to be on edge, given that this is their final play day to make a dent in their standings. I mean, for DAWEI, it's all about seeding, but the 6 school, this is a chance to sort of hold on, you know what I mean? And with Llama finding that opener on a robust, the fuse to go down is definitely a big kill to find early on, and DAWEI finding themselves in that disadvantage now. But I mean, it is sort of completely different games being played here by both of these teams, albeit very similar mistakes.
Yeah, similar mistakes, definitely a whole lot more prevalent aggression here, as they are trying to kind of take the defense by surprise and bring that kind of almost shock value to what is being initially prepared. And PRV nearly was taken out by the roaming Roni off lane jack. But apart from that, look, I mean, it's been a relatively kind of even-steven setup, given that unfortunately Robust did go down rather early, and that is quite a noticeable presence out of the equation. Fuse could have done a great deal of vertical game, but Vu's disgusting play.
What a shot. A shot. EVU to find Raven as well. So evening things out. The Echo almost good for the one tap on that long angle there. However, the swing out from Lucifer. A little bit of damage dealt to God Mode. You also hear the Razor Bloom to go off here, but code check yet to be cleared out. The flashbang and the nade to attempt to take this player down. However, the nade, second nade should I say, not going to connect. The air jab now as well to stop the push. EVU will swing on round, takes a lot of damage in the process, but Booz is there to finally take down Lucifer, and very quickly things start to take an interesting turn. Zix actually wins that fight, and now God Mode left to either revive or play for the 2 kills. He's not going to get the chance for the first. Needs to find 2. Does know that there is a player close with the shotgun. EVU and 590 in hand. Both players here for 6 school pretty damaged, but God Mode's actually going to go on the drone. He's just going to walk out the breach. He misses the spray. Oh no! God Mode gets off the drone and wins the fight. And now, very quickly, Zix needs to find this kill to close the round out. 6 school almost putting themselves in a really bad position. He's going to walk onto the site. God Mode, a player we've seen clutch many things before, but it sounds like it's going to be the Echo drone to play off of. He's looking for it, pistol in hand. He needs to find this player, or at least take the drone down, but he's going to opt for the swing. Zix will win it out with the MP5 in hand, but that was way too close to cover.
Wild set of swings coming about from both ends of the map, and yeah, look, very curious so far in form of just what could be the rather conclusive decision as to who's kind of the better team on Cafe, because so far neither of them seeming to be finding that comfort ground fully. And DAWEI, look, you compare their performance from map number 1, it's almost 2 completely different rosters, and it's leaving me a little bit baffled as to, well, what was the actual change? What really enforced this kind of almost lack in attentiveness? I mean, God Mode's still staying true to his kind of form so far, having quite a solid result overall. The rest of the team, though, having a little bit of a problem. I mean, Raven having a much closer scoreline, meaning that, well, now it's a rather problematic set of results.
Yeah, I genuinely think that we are yet to sort of see either of these teams hit their flow state and sort of just start to play in a not relaxed manner, but one that they're comfortable in. I mean, so far for DAWEI, they've sort of been relying on adaptions or making adaptions after a round loss. And I mean, yes, it has obviously been very back and forth so far, as evident in the scoreline, but I mean, Six School have been making a couple of mistakes elsewhere as well. I mean, the swing out from EVU there almost costing them, completely costing them. Well, yes, that was just a little bit of a fumble in the SMG recoil. All the same, a fumble nonetheless. So you do have to take these things into consideration when you look at everything for why these two teams haven't quite, you know, well, why one of these teams, hasn't taken a lead, but but yeah. DAWEI, they're going to try and do what they do best and get aggressive here. They've taken a lot of control already, and Six School, well, now they're going to do their best to hold on to what they've got set up upstairs.
Already early damage and early play. Vooz is the one to get the better, or not Vooz, Robust is getting the better of Lucifer. Now will be making things a whole lot more difficult, albeit it's still not over yet. C4 is coming about, some attempts at just halting this whole aggression, this whole push, but nothing really came off it just yet. And oh man, it is just dangerous. No, God Mode does go down. Ziggs though, phenomenal play as it keeps up this kind of well, even Steven line here between the two rosters.
How the Castle was allowed to get away there, completely baffling me. I'm not too sure how he's managed to do that. However, you do take those if you are Six School. They do still have some presence on the white stairs. The player from up now has dropped, but that's a good kill for Raven to find. But, as I say this, the trade to come out. Available to take down Vooz. A 3v3. Zayla now go down. The trade is there. The flank called out, but the shot's not hit. Llama will take down Robust in a 2 versus 2. They've got one player upstairs that they need to deal with before aggressing onto the site. But Goyo on the top floor, pinged now, deep inside of the new hatch drop. They have his position on lockdown. They're going to go for the swing. A lovely shot from PRV, and things now relying on the clutch from Zix. We've seen him do it in the previous round on the Echo. Can he do it on the Castle with the UMP? Currently one of the top fraggers for Six School. 30 seconds, Cthulhu. DAWEI need to make something happen.
DAWEI could certainly bring this back, and well, Zix so far has been a phenomenal performer, knowing exactly when to play, how to play. It has been spotted through one of those openings in the floor, so certainly his position has been revealed, but those pre-fires, oh my, those are dangerous swings. Well, that's one, nearly was two, no, not even one. Zix pulled away from that gunfight a little bit too early, resulting in his very own demise. And well, brother, it's so far very much of a back and forth game. I'm not too sure if we are going to be seeing any sort of tangible conclusion here, apart from maybe something across the lines of maybe a 7-5 scoreline. But even then, that's already quite a testament that, or rather quite a statement from Six School to bring it back this close.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, they've definitely given it a good go here on Cafe, but I mean, DAWEI seem to be finding their stride more and more with each round coming, and it is at this point really who makes the first big mistake that costs them that lead. I mean, if DAWEI can find themselves on match point here, I'd imagine they're probably going to look pretty good to close things out, but Six School, they have the ability to do some great work provided they find the opener, and we've seen them convert the opener a handful of times on Cafe alone. So if they can keep up to that and sort of keep that momentum going in their ballpark, then we could honestly see this go to OT, if I'm being completely honest. But DAWEI, given that they've started playing a lot more of that sort of hardcore aggression, we've seen a lot of very quick entries, a lot of very quick picks from them. I think unless Six School can sort of dictate what's going on here based on their push, then we will see... well, is this going to be where DAWEI find their lead and take that next round, or is this where Six School can equalize again and look to push it to OT? That's the question.
Question indeed. Hope to find some sort of solution, some opener, and maybe some final closure as well. Only 2 rounds for DAWEI to really finally equalize that sort of scoreline in their favor, and to make this a 2-0 victory, which would, by the way, also will enable that roster to finally score themselves some more yummy points. But the same could be
Raven
looking to continue that damage. Yeah, Raven could do a lot of vertical play here, same as Vuz.
He's already found 1 in the round as well with the ARX, which is pretty big. But that Jaeger somehow finding himself in a pretty interesting position under the new Balk drop. He's going to get away. Zix to take down God Mode as well on the window repel of all places. However, an aid from below could be the undoing of this. And with the Flores drone coming out, they have the relative position. Z-pings are there as well, but it doesn't matter. The nade from Raven to take him down. Robust as well onto Llama. And very quickly, Evu and Zila, the last 2 players left for Six School, held up inside of Cigar Lounge and I believe top white. People will give the position of the sledge away, and obviously the shots now give away Evu as well on the long angle PRV. A lot of damage dealt. Finger boost there to try and mitigate this, but oh, a lovely angle. Robust to go down. Ooh. They haven't cleared Cigar Lounge at all, and very quickly things starting to go wrong here for DAWEI.
AVU as well gets the better of PRV. All of a sudden, this whole advantage, this whole amazing venture that DAWEI managed to pay for themselves has been completely outed, negated, and, well, thwarted in every shape and form. What's coming about from Raven? He does get the better of EVU. Now a 1v1 situation. A quad kill pending for Raven. Full HP versus full HP Zayla. The Reliant has the safe ground and has the weapon to do so. In comes the hit shot, and it surely does connect. Zayla keeping Six School's dream alive as we're getting closer and closer, Proto, to the possibility of the 3rd map.
Yeah, OT, it's starting to loom. I mean, Six School, they just keep finding these mistakes and just pushing on them. DAWEI, from a 4v2 to a 1v1 to an L, ultimately, is now going to cost them in the long run. I mean, they have to find 2 unanswered here to walk away with the win, but if Six School can find 1 more round, guaranteed OT, pretty much, if they can find that 1 round, and then obviously they'll win it if they get the 2nd, but if DAWEI get the 1st, like we have seen so far in this matchup, we will probably then obviously go to OT. But, I mean, DAWEI, they ended their defense half on a 4-2, and just cannot seem to catch a break at all on the attacking side of things. I mean, Six School are really taking it to them for Cafe here, and this is completely different to what we saw on Theme Park.
Absolutely. Theme Park, yeah, been very much a one-sided venture despite the scoreline of a 7-3. It was more so just on the way to kind of keep on giving away certain positions, certain rounds. Rather, though, a drastic, almost a very daunting change to how DAWEI has been performing on Cafe, which oddly now leans into the possibility and something to use and abuse by Roosters later down the line, given that they will have to verse DAWEI as part of the last matchup of the day. And, well, with the map bans soon to come, oh man, oh boy, oh man, this is going to be a rather deadly already. Full send by Robust, but Can he find those early openers? That is going to be a whole different question because he has the positioning. So does God Mode. Getting the better of Lamejack, though, opens up a plethora of opportunities. And that's the all of the top floor roam gone completely.
This is what we've been missing from DAWEI. They just need to play their aggression. They need to play off these entry picks and just rely on the fragging power of the players that they have. Lucifer is going to try and creep up on the Zofia here. He sees the Claymore, obviously has to play for either the initial shot or the tagging shot. Not going to find the kill, unfortunately, through the banister there, and some damage will be dealt. All the same, God Mode's good for a second. Zix to go down. Your Echo, not the player you want to be losing, is good for 2. 12 and 7 for God Mode in this map. And I mean, now DAWEI, they just need to drone things out, find where the 6 school players are. EView is going to be the first point of contact inside of prep here, but with the vertical now being opened up, I'd imagine he's going to be cleared out pretty soon here by Robust. No, he's not even going to get the chance. Booz is there to finish the job off. Nade to clear the wall. Lucifer and Zayla, very big job cut out for them here. A 5 versus 2. But given that we've seen 4v2s to come out, with Lucifer finding that kill, this is definitely doable.
Absolutely. Full HP Zayla. Well, 70 to 60% HP on Lucifer. Still workable time. PRV, no, not like this. DAWEI, not another frag. This is just looking to be possibly thrown away yet again. Lucifer has a reinforced position with double ADSs as well. When you look at all the grenades, it's all down to Raven to do any throwables, and after that, it's only just the gunfight. Vooz taking damage. This is starting to look eerily bad yet again for DAWEI.
30 seconds left. They have to go for the bomb plant in a 3 versus 2. The bomb now going down. The cross is here. Lucifer can try and play for that first contact. Raven takes a lot of damage. The swing on out into the red hall, though, proves to be fruitful. The planter taken out. However, the verticality not there to cover the planter, and Zayla could be on to win this. Going to opt for the Yana clone. It's going to be shot straight away. Position revealed. He's going to find the headshot on the right. And Raven 6 school. They're going to find themselves on match point. How? DAWEI, stop. What is happening behind the scenes here? This is insane.
No way. This is how it ends, Proto. That round looked so good at the beginning for DAWEI, but starting from the team kill with the grenade all the way down to taking those positions 1-on-1. Oh, Zayla is just absolutely on fire. Perfect reads from the man, and just, yeah, look, match point, we are looking for that, once again, that even now bigger possibility of map number 3, and that's a huge fall from grace, I'll say that. Well, fall from grace for DAWEI. 6 school, look, all the thumbs up.
The amount of team kills. That is, I believe, the 5th team kill we've seen tonight.
Pretty sure that would be the majority of the records as well.
Yeah, like, it's honestly baffling. I mean, what is going on to justify, not justify, but how is so many team kills happening? I mean, that is now, I believe, out of those 5 team kills, 3 of them have cost teams round, and that is definitely going to be one of the ones of note. Given that going into the last seconds of that round, that was a 5 versus 2 Cthulhu, and DAWEI didn't win it. So the question obviously now is can they take it to overtime, which is something I didn't think I'd be saying. Can DAWEI make OT here? Because 6 school, they're going to win it if they can find one more.
Absolutely. Not looking particularly too favorable, too good. It is a dangerous prospect here for DAWEI. But they could potentially lose it out here, and if they do, look, this is already just upset central from them. I mean, literally zero chances, really zero offerings either. It's just all a one large problem, and as it stands, no real tangible solution found either, meaning then that, well, DAWEI kind of just starting to run those almost like tilted ranked strats, which is something that you would want to avoid, especially as a team that is playing an Operation League, a league that is obviously a much higher end than what we also grown accustomed to see. But regardless of the actual outcome, well, DAWEI get one more chance, even though they lost 2 players, and well, their opponents also did.
The fact that Lamejack is still alive up here is going to be a big issue if he is not cleared by DAWEI, which it seems like they have no clue he's in the freezer here. Very similar to what we saw from God Mode on his go on the roam upstairs. No, they have no clue. He's going to find one. He's not going to get the second. Will confirm on the stairs. Actually gets away. Shotgun in hand. He's going to get another. No, the team kill again. Make it 6. What? Team kills Cthulhu. 6 school, unless Vooz can make something amazing happen, which, let's be honest, no, he's not even going to get a chance. Their headshot with the SMG-11, and I did not expect to be saying this, but 6 school, they're going to walk away from Cafe with a 7-5. And we're going to be going to map number 3.
Goodness. Dangerous, dangerous times here, man. And it's just, what can you do here for DAWEI when they look this lost completely? I mean, this especially the attacking side has been just baffling. Yeah, that's probably the only way to really describe this. I mean, you begin things off the back of just a relatively decent 4-2, albeit very scrappy. And then the whole of the attack, team kills after team kills after team kills. And majority of them, we're about to start memeing saying, you know, that it's looking to be like 6 school been team killing and kind of doing all the slack work. But at the end of the day, I think actually, well, DAWEI ended up besting them even in that record. Which kind of points a question up with how will water go? Because this is kind of a map that plays kind of into both of the playstyle of both how Theme Park and Cafe plays, and with the sheer tilt factor of those TKs, how down bad horrendous are DAWEI right now?
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw them play Border, I believe it went to an 8-6. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was a max OT or an OT game for them on Border. So that is something we do have to take into consideration here, given that that obviously isn't dominant in any way. It is very back and forth, similar to what we've just seen. And I definitely think that how the Cafe played out there is a little bit of a highlight of what happens if DAWEI sort of lose that momentum. I mean, I talked about obviously plateauing and falling off the horse a little bit, and that is pretty much exactly what happened in that game. I think 4 of those team kills were DAWEI team kills, and then the other 2 obviously were success. But it's going to be interesting. Cthulhu Border is going to be the proving ground. Obviously, no more second chances after this. We will return very shortly for map number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are here. Maps 1 and 2 are all done, and we are going to a Decider Cthulhu. We were skeptical at the start about making it all the way to the third, but here we are. Border is now upon us.
Yeah, look, Border is upon us after a rather unusual circumstances, let's just say that. We counted quite a number of unfortunate misplays that transferred into team kills. Well, that's exactly what led us here. The final round wasn't shying away from the team kills and misplays galore, and big highlight player of 6S ended up being Zayla. On Wamai with the MP5K, an absolute beast when it came down to fragging, especially in those 1vx situations. Quite a number of those actually upon them, but now going into the Border, I reckon we are going to be starting to look at, well, who's got the setups, because Theme Park, look, it was before in the same very state. It was before in the comp map pool. Same goes for Cafe. It's been for a while in a competitive map pool. Border, though, it hasn't been in the map pool in its renewed state. And Border in general hasn't been seen ever since, well, it's UB's decision to take it out, I think back in 2018, which has pretty much made it a 4-year-long return.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Border, and obviously it's been around for pretty much almost a month now, or at least close to there. However, it's starting to be played a lot more throughout competitive Rainbow Six, and it's good to see. It is an interesting map, and it's definitely one that seeing obviously at a higher tier is always fun to watch. But already, we talked about this when we saw Osa on Theme Park Cthulhu. Osa is coming back to Border. She's already proven to be really, really good on this map, especially for locking down post plans upstairs, inside of Armory, even towards Fountain. So, having her available, I'm surprised she wasn't actually banned here, but albeit Lucifer is going to be bringing her out to start things off. But DAWEI, they're not going to be starting off upstairs. They're going to be going straight down into bathroom tellers and setting themselves up for, I think, I want to say this is one of the sort of sites that has made its way into becoming a starter site for a lot of teams. Usually you would see Armory or Customs or Events rather, but Bathroom Tellers has definitely taken some of that priority now, given the rework and the extension of the bathroom, which makes Tellers obviously more viable now. But still, DAWEI, given that they sort of fumbled the bag a little bit on Cafe, they're probably going to be looking to close this one out if it can be done. They've proven that they're very good on these newer maps. Can they do it on border though, Cthulhu? 6 School are starting to ramp up the heat.
Yeah, 6 School has been on quite a scrumptious heater from themselves, being able to just keep on pumping out the number, keep on pumping in the frags, namely Zayla, look, big highlight player, same as the rest of the roster. Actually, they performed all pretty well on Cafe Dostoevsky, comparative to the unfortunate turnout that was the play against Renatus back in last week. But as it stands, yeah, quite a fair bit of learnings have been taken out, maybe even just a simple prep that came and went into all of this. But you look at the silhouettes, not a single presence on the top floor, and 6S are making quite a clearing it all out with the quick, kind of very confident swings, plus the live drones pretty much made a very quick work of it. Only a single minute drained out of it all. And well, now comes the big epic gamer question. Well, how are they going to approach the actual site? And it seems Zix is going to be the key to it all, to open up as many of those positions. No C4s either, because Wu's already used up his own one. Means that it's only just going to be vertical gunfights and no utility to boot.
Thatcher in play here is going to sort of mitigate Cade really being used by the defense of DAWEI, and don't really blame them too much. A lot of vertical being brought out here though by 6 School on their attacking side. They want to sort of open up as many positions as they can, but I mean, look at the setups here from DAWEI. I'm pretty sure everyone from them, from their side, minus one player, is off-site currently. God Mode will open things up to frag on the Luciferus, but losing Gildofia early isn't the best of starts, albeit. The wall now opened up here to attempt to possibly go for a plant for 6 School. They're going to crouch on into the site. They're starting to take these fights pretty seriously. He's got out Raven through the angle and actually takes down PRV. Robust is there for the trade though, so the bomb yet to go down. However, the second player to replace into the site hasn't spotted the Frost, who's made her way in. Is going to get taken down there as well. Zix to find one too upstairs, and very quickly things not looking good for DAWEI at all, as EVU finds another one, and now God Mode in a 1v3 needs to make something happen.
Should have the drop on one of the players, but his position has been made very known. Very quick rotation by EVU just behind the actual, well, vending machine, and well, Zayla with the swing yet again. Zayla just rising to the top, and look, the Malaysian representatives are coming in absolutely big here. DAWEI, look, we've been talking about, you know, their big opportunity to maybe even start contesting with, you know, the Roosters, and how this kind of showcase could really affect the end result of DAWEI versus Roosters later down the line. We might be even seeing that DAWEI could be knocked down into even the third place should 6S... Actually, no, pardon me. Yeah, if DAWEI actually, pardon me, yeah, there we go. If DAWEI do lose out, I believe, this matchup and against Roosters, then they are contesting in a round differential against 6S for the CD. And for 6S, look, this is going to be a rather peculiar result, given just, well, all the expectations were really looking against them, especially with the way how DAWEI performed the last week, but this is a complete turnaround.
Yeah, it is interesting to see that DAWEI have sort of, I don't know, maybe taken aback by the way 6 School is sort of presenting in this matchup so far. I mean, Cafe definitely did not look like a map that DAWEI were expecting to lose, given how they were playing at the start, but it was then turned around by 6 School, and, you know, DAWEI. They lost that. They are now on a third map, which I'm pretty sure, if we sort of looked at the way that things ended out for them, they were not expecting in any capacity in regards to how this match was going to go. Now, they do have the Z pings here on the player inside of CC, which is God mode. He's been spotted out. He's actually going to find one before being taken down, and that's Zayla on the sledge. However, down but not out. It's going to be relatively quickly finished off here by Lucifer. There you go, but still damage done before being taken out. And that's a pretty decent start for DAWEI, especially taking Sledge out very quickly.
Getting rid of Sledge will complicate things a fair bit, albeit still quite a lot of information and utility to be used up. I mean, there's still the shorty from Gridlock, which could still be used to quite a fair bit of advantage. There's still three of the soft breaching devices that have been introduced as well from Thatcher as well. So I think, well, whilst yes, it will hinder the general fluidity of the soft breaching, I don't think it will make it borderline impossible to really take. So Six Goal coming into this very much prepared and knowing that they might just need to replace quite a number of players in their roles, and bringing those substitutes certainly so far has enabled them to just keep on chugging on kind of thing. I think that will destroy the Claymore.
Oh, no, okay. No, it didn't. Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. But, albeit, DAWEI and Six School, both with 4 players left, they are now dropping down into square and taking some good control towards the bomb site, looking to go for that very same push that they did in the round just previous to this, and losing a lot of HP from trying to... Sorry, didn't actually lose as much as I thought, but Booze is going to lose his life. Gain a frag. EB will be there for the trade, however, a 3 versus 3 now, health advantage for DAWEI. But I mean, Six School, the way they're setting up these plans, or at least trying to set up to get the site control, have proven to be pretty problematic so far. Some big frags, EVU and Lucifer, leaving PRV in a 1 versus 3. He's not even going to find one. Zix is there, and Six School on border are looking like a different beast.
Goodness. Swarming the positions, and yeah, look, DAWEI look lost. The setups seem to be pretty much all the same, which gives Six School plenty of time to, you know, just read into, oh yeah, okay, yeah, they've done the same setup, let's just crack this open, yep, there's our 1 frag, there's our 2 frag, and we'll deal with the last one in numbers. And as funny as it sounds, look, we've been roasting initially Six School during the first map, saying, oh yeah, nah, the Six School just yeah, they may have the numbers advantage, but they could really be fragged out. And back on map number 1, it did look like it. It did look like DAWEI would be the ones to, you know, dictate the overall pacing. Now looking at that, DAWEI in the player deficit, oh no, they're in a huge problem.
It's
and this kind of...
It's rough, isn't it, really? It's... Things have just been going so wrong and so right in both teams' powers across all 3 maps now.
True. This does, though, play quite well into the whole kind of storyline of saying just don't really discredit a whole lot of teams giving off their first kind of play day kind of performances. I mean, we've mentioned this with Six School when me and Blue Panda were casting the first day, saying that, look, yeah, this is just basically for them. This is their first introduction, first of all, to OPO, and with that introduction, well, they get to learn. They get to see some other teams perform. They get to see some of the top-end teams, some of the mid-tier teams perform. And this is exactly what happened. Six School found a really good initial learning material in form of that vote against Renatus, a top team in the current Group A. And from there on, just readapted what ground that they already have managed to accumulate with their previous strats. And look, I almost, well, kind of want to say just I'm proud. I'm proud of how much they kind of perform, how much they evolved, albeit it's not over yet, obviously, but in saying that, well, their chances against TNS looking a little bit more promising, let's just call it that.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to take that into consideration. depending on how these teams play out the remainder of Border. I mean, DAWEI could close it out with a 2-1, but Six School, the way they've been going so far, they definitely look like they're coming in with a chance here, and it is going to come down to how DAWEI sort of keep going in the latter parts of this game, because mental is definitely going to be hurting a little bit here. Name to come through. It's going to do a lot of damage. Lame is going to be there to catch the cross of Raven out through Fountain, rotate, and albeit another player close by, they haven't quite realised. Thatcher grenades now to deny all of the wall utility so that Thermite can open up the back of offices here. One player at the bottom of East not going to find that Nitro to connect, unfortunately, and the O's is just going to walk up in, not checking Fountain. Oh, unfortunate there for Vooz. He's only going to get one. Godmo takes a lot of damage. Zayla is there to take Vooz down, though, and the 3 versus 4, things are very doable here. Forward away, but with PRV still inside of the site, yet to be taken down. This is an interesting spot for the Jaeger to find themselves in.
Absolutely. Already some more damage being dealt out. Zayla on an absolute heater with the ARX just wrecking through the numbers of DAWEI, albeit this is an even Steven 2v2 here. Oh, spotted Lame Jack gets down. There in comes in the second one. No, doesn't know actually about the positioning. Does though re-swing, and now it's down to Zayla to try to cover this swing. No, he loses that one. Robust may just be able to clutch this out, given that Lame Jack is only 1 shot away. Simple pre-fire through the wall could be the end of it all. The Robust might be looking to try to stick that defuse to come about. Lame Jack, oh, he might be in a whole lot of trouble. Already reveals his position. In comes the swing. Robust might just keep on pushing on, keep on moving, and in comes the play. Lame Jack clutches this off the back of just the sheer amount of bait that the man tried to do. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I mean, really well played there by Six School. The advantage, unfortunately, not going in their favour towards the end of that round, albeit DAWEI. I mean, look at the positions that they had to clear in that post plant. Robust, he had the main breach with the window open, he had the wall to side open, he had the door behind him, he had Fountain, and then Fountain was opened up with a breach charge. I mean, there were so many angles for Robust to check. I mean, it was pretty much impossible for him to know exactly where Thatcher was coming from there, and that was just perfectly played for that post plant there. Six School, really well done. And I think that we've definitely seen a little bit of a power shift here, Cthulhu. I mean, DAWEI coming into this with a 7-3 to start us off, then losing 7-5, and now 3-0 down. I definitely think that Six School have kind of got the number, and they're sort of just hammering the point home that, you know, we've come here to learn and we're taking all of this in and we're putting it to good use. I mean, 3-0 up against DAWEI now is a really good way to start Border off here, especially starting on the attack.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Six School just doing a very solid work. Absolutely just rocking that performance. And yeah, look, maybe it was more so, you know, a question of quote-unquote the marathon. You know, DAWEI kind of bursted out majority of their energy and their like big play style in the first map, thinking, oh yeah, now we got the element of tilt, whereas Six School were playing for endurance and just managed to keep on toughing it all out. Just, yeah, look, been good, been well organized, very well prepared, and after that it just kind of that continuous chugging on, whilst not the quickest, whilst not the, you know, the absolute frag fiesta like DAWEI used to bring in, they just able to keep on playing that. I say that Raven gets the better of Lame Jack all of a sudden. That's their Thatcher now completely gone, and finally, well, DAWEI seeming to be waking up a little bit more now.
I'm genuinely confused as to what the altercation was there. I mean, we saw Raven just sort of standing in the door like, hey, what's going on? And Lame Jack just not shooting back. Yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting gunfight, to say the least. But Office now opened up, need to follow through, trying to clear this Fountain player out. Jaeger somewhat has a clue that someone is holding this angle. Raven takes a bit of damage, however. With the T-Bird in play, we'll be able to heal himself up and actually make it out of their sticky situation. Is going to get away from Zix, but I mean, a minute 30 to play with. DAWEI now finding another kill to make it a 5v3, 5v2. God mode adds into the fray. things are definitely looking a lot better. The aggression now coming out from them. God Mode's got good for another. EVU's going to take the flawless possibility away. He's going to get 2, but God Mode there, DAWEI. They're going to answer back finally with a round of their own. And, well, 3-0 was good while it lasted, but DAWEI have definitely woken up a little bit. They're going to put their first on the board for Border.
There we go, better late than never, I suppose. Six School already being able to achieve that kind of bare minimum in the three-pointer in the first half certainly does make things now switch the pressure onto DAWEI. The first round ever since that conclusion, a very upsetting conclusion to Cafe, where we see DAWEI kind of just being able to retake the strides back into their hands. Then defense finally started working out. Players like Craven, players like God Mode kind of initially faded away to the background, which we were talking about initially, saying that DAWEI, look, Theme Park was ultimately God Mode's and Raven's kind of playground. Now, going into this one, well, the rest of the team needs to start really perform. I mean, God Mode is already on the 6-3 heater yet again. But PRV only 1 frag, Voo's 2 frags, Robust 2, Raven 2. So ultimately, as long as you shut down those 2 big players like God Mode, like Raven, and don't give them a whole lot of ground to really stop making those rotations, that's it. It's game over for them, for DAWEI, and that is actually going to be a huge breach and a huge kind of window of possibility to absolutely abuse by Roosters.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're probably going to be watching for sort of their warm-up, if you will, or at least their coach would be, I'd imagine. But all the same, DAWEI at the moment, coming into this third map, almost said second there, they have been struggling on Border. I mean, I highlighted already that the last time we saw them play this, it was a Max OT game. So, you know, whether or not that sort of indicates how they are at Border is a completely different thing. The Nitro to come out from Robust isn't connecting. Just a couple of issues for them really have been duly noted. I mean, their roam has been picked apart by Six School pretty much every round. They've had so many misplays, which are rather unfortunate. But I mean, like Lame and Jack just being allowed to walk in here. Completely uncontested. I mean, the player inside of Small Office doesn't even really seem to have a clue. The drones are there as well. And there you go. God Mode's just going to go. Just like that. So's PRV. Lucifer. I mean, DAWEI, what's going on?
I'm not too sure yet. Completely lost out, unable to read it. Maybe it's the sound that has been really playing a very cruel joke on them. Oh boy, yeah, there's the Capcan trap as well. Rather unfortunate there for Lucifer, as he was already down to quite a number of HP, but rotation's coming about. Zayla might just be able to find yet another opener, but as it stands, the whole of Vertical, look at the sheer amount of just clear out that they were able to achieve with all of these positions. It's been just so good to watch. But minute 18 to go, still 3 more players, very healthy ones, might I add. Could be quite a problematic thing to really play around. I say that a number of safe ground positions have been achieved by Six School, and they might just be able to lock out the whole of the vents, which will be basically the ground to play around.
One of the players from DAWEI trying to make their way up the metal stairs is going to be, I believe, spotted out or at least found on a drone. And Six School have set themselves up to go for Events Plant here. They have the vertical, they have the player at the main door. It's now just about the vault in and playing for the plant. The rotate now being watched. EVU will make his way in. The bomb now to go down. Everything is covered here for Six School. DAWEI need to re-aggress. The vertical's there. However, Vooz is going to escape on by. He's good for 1. Raven now to fall 2. But Zix on the vertical, he's there. 2 players coming up metal to try and retake the vertical. However, Zayla is ready. Takes down Robust, but he's not ready for the second. Raven's there, he finds 1. But now a 1 versus 1. Zix left alone to his own devices outside. Raven searching desperately to find the buck. He's already rotated, though, to the main double door, and with 18 seconds left, he's going to try the defuse. He's going to hear this. He needs to go for the bait. Needs to play for a little bit more time. The swing on round. Does he have time? Yes, he does. The quad kill with the defuse. DAWEI find their second round. That's a huge clutch.
Raven, finally, after what felt like map and a half finally wakes up, finally able to just pump out some more and more damage, and I'm starting to genuinely get confused with between these two teams. We see one map where they just completely fumble the bags left, right, and center, with them just continuing to keep on just fragging their own teammates out, and on some other maps it's just full concentration. I mean, Raven finally getting back into his own swing of things, looking to dish out even more punishment. But again, for Six School, they're not sweating just yet. Yes, look, whilst losing 2 rounds in a row is not particularly what you love to see, but it's not yet reaching that critical mass, that frustration point where maybe if DAWEI will end up, continuing their momentum going into second half after concluding the first half in the 3-3, if they start scoring their fifth point, maybe that's when Six School may need to, start considering certain choices here, and maybe even a tactical timeout will need to really come out to see what's the actual dealio here.
I'm surprised we haven't actually seen a tactical timeout from either team yet. I mean, yes, we had the disconnects in round 1, match 1 and match 2 to sort of play for a little bit of the free pause time, if you will. And then the 1 round on Cafe Hatch, where we had the Nomad sort of just standing up there for the team to sort of have that conversation time. But other than that, there has been no tac timeouts called by either team. And that is, to some degree, concerning, given that it is the piece of utility that we have and have available for players to use. And DAWEI definitely could have used that, I think, for map 2. All the same. 2-3, obviously DAWEI going to be shooting for the 3-3 half here, but Six School, I mean, they're honestly looking really good to make it a 4-2 in their favour, and then the question will then be is how are they going to perform on the defense side, because this map is definitely a hit or miss depending on what side it favours, but I mean, we'll see how it goes.
See how it goes indeed already. A heated battle begun at the Armory Walkers, but very prompt fallback by Robust did come about, as he just doesn't want to have a whole lot of say in that 1vx kind of push, which does give away quite a fair bit of ground, and just the timing by Zayla missing out on that rotation. He does get the better of Wuz though, which is absolutely huge here, given that's the C4, that's the spear. Oh no, Raven just absolutely decides to face check Zayla, will Vibes check Lamejack as well, but Lucifer and Ziggs do respond back. Now 2 versus 3, Robust and Raven being both off-site, does make things a little bit more problematic, given there's already a presence in the site. A couple swings could be an issue, but Rust and Raven to just do a lot of that groundwork as Robust gets the better of Ziggs. All of a sudden, while the plant is starting to go down, we might be seeing some more problems. Already the indication that one of the pushes is starting to come about. No, the SMG-11 lands. The plant did go down. EVU might just have the guns to really pull it off, but it's all about the concentrated push. That's one. Can he find another one? That's going to be a whole different challenge. 35 seconds. He knows about the positioning. He has the AK-12. Robust is having problems with the utility. Doesn't have a whole lot of wiggling room. Does connect the headshot, and somehow DAWEI do equalize their round count.
3-3. Very well done. You do have to give them that in the post plant, making things work. DAWEI pretty good on clutches. I do have to give them that. I mean, we saw it a lot on Cafe. We saw it a lot on Theme Park. But I mean, hats off to them in a position that arguably was pretty, one and done. They've done really well finding themselves a 3-3, I think, especially considering what Six School ended up bringing to that half of border. But all the same, it is very well done both sides, given that this, as we've already mentioned, is a map that has not been played a whole deal by many teams. Yes, obviously scrims are a different thing, but when you put it into real practice in an official, it can sort of go either way, I guess. But Six School now on the defense. They're going to be bringing out Tachanka. That's what I've noticed as well, Cthulhu. We have not seen too many smokes this evening. We have not seen a lot of smoke play, and that might have something to do with the maps we've seen. Obviously, Border and Theme don't necessarily require smokes, but for Cafe, it's definitely an operator that I'm interested as to why we haven't seen as much of. But reading too much into the smoke pick. God mode on the Osa. We knew that was going to happen. Raven, however, the person to bring out the knife.
I mean, we've seen Raven kind of almost play in a slightly similar way how God mode was there, was just kind of unleash them to go in for the frags, whether it's Zoff, whether it's Ash, and sort of just, yeah, now that God mode has been kind of put on the front lines with Osa, some need for the vertical, or not vertical, for the flank play to really come about. So Raven initially bringing out the Nook would have really played out, as the man is quite capable in the aiming department, but instead decides to elect to bring in the Zoff, the tried and true operator that so far hasn't really failed the DAWEI member. And so with that said, the LMG will be brought out yet again. In regards to the smoke / chunker plays, I think it was more so just to play for kind of the play style and the idea that both teams had, and namely just smoke kind of involves you having to play a very paced down game, whereas Six School kind of just made halfway through the match executive decision to just, well, match aggression with aggression, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, even the UMP has been performing, and, well, a roaming smoke or even a roaming chunker seems to be still feeling a little bit something of unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely see it from time to time, but yeah, you definitely make good points. And albeit frags to open up, Six School to find the first, DAWEI losing that opening player, and I do believe a little bit of a misnade there for Rogue Blast. It's going to cost him a little bit of damage and a frag grenade ultimately, albeit nothing too much. Fire also denying the jump in is going to be huge, but Raven there to equalise, takes down Lumberjack. Zayla there to trade onto PRB12. Lots of damage dealt with the dead pings are here. Booze attempting a nade from below. Not going to connect, unfortunately, and that is all of his utility now spent. But the player downstairs, Six caught looking in the wrong direction. Booze is there to capitalise, and very quickly a 3 versus 3 looks a lot more doable here for both of these teams.
Absolutely, a Robust already gets absolutely destroyed and doinked, albeit traded out by Raven. 2 versus 2, but Raven tagged up to all hell. Some sort of a going to be happening here, and a very clean one as well. Who's nearly catches one with his face. EVU now tagged up, but has one more of those chunker fire nades. And oh, Raven, oh, flanked around. Oh, Lucifer for a double. Six School feeling even more confident on the defensive border.
I mean, surgical. Really was towards the end of that round. I mean, well played, first of all, by Lucifer there. And then just ultimately hats off. Six School starting off their defense side really strong. I mean, coming into the later part of that round, DAWEI were looking pretty good, but then Six School just sort of flipped the switch completely and just closed it out in the end there. And that was really good utility usage from them. I mean, we saw the Chanker fire, we saw flanks, we saw pretty much everything being utilized there towards the end of that round. And you do have to sort of give it to them. They're here to play, and they've definitely learned a lot having played at this level just alone. But right now, they're actually taking it to DAWEI, and they can keep this pace up. We could definitely see Six School walk away with the W here.
Oh yeah, 110%. This is most certainly looking like and a gameplay that Six School could keep on excelling in, albeit still very much of a close scoreline. I mean, only a 1 point differential here. DAWEI could still bring this back rather confidently, but again, so far, at least within the context of border, it's been a bit of a kind of a trade back and forth. One kind of party takes 3 points, another one then decides to go on a streak of 3 points. Now, will that transfer to the second half? That's a whole different question. I mean, DAWEI on the attack has been fumbling back ever since the beginning of the second half on the cafe. So I won't yet put a whole lot of, faith and confidence into the bag of DAWEI, but look, at least the final few rounds definitely looked a little bit more pleasant sort of play.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, DAWEI have been looking a lot better in those last 3 rounds on their defense. However, Six School have started off theirs pretty well. I mean, you do have to give it to them. They've got the Z-Pings here as well. This is why the Osa is so strong. I mean, there's not really much that Talia can do here other than sort of just face check God mode and play for, waiting for that second player to swing from behind the shield. But now he's de-shielded. Obviously, the benefit, I would say, is going to go in the favor of whoever has the angle, but they're just trying to lock down this east stairs position. They were playing super aggressive. He's finally going to be taken out, and he's actually spotted as well here by God mode.
Oh my. If
they can get that res, that would be huge. However, spotted now, going to be confirmed as well. God mode for 2 on the entry. DAWEI, this is a lot more what I expected. What a shot from God mode. Foos to take down 6 as well, and very quickly, Lame Jack, the last alive in a 1 versus 5. Not looking great, however, not completely impossible.
Jack would have quite a tenuous task in his hands, already expected by Vooz here. In comes the swing. Yeah, flawless round to wrap it all up. DAWEI, once again, trying to crank this all the way to the maximum, but yeah, look, been a little bit of a kind of a back and forth play here between the two rosters now, with DAWEI being able to equalize it all up. 6 cool. Need to, well, kind of tighten up the play, tighten up the performance, and we need to maybe even play a little bit more of maybe a top-heavy play. Maybe. From that, I mean, how else do you prevent this kind of aggression? Because it wasn't off the back of either, say, a DKB or a Lion. It was just very, how you should say this? It was very kind of just gun heavy push, mechanical very much of a face check, very mechanical prowess, and really. Well, for 6 cool, they got basically taken by surprise. I mean, even with in the notes as well. That's kind of the turnout that I was expecting. DAWEI, kind of a very aggro-heavy roster, whereas 6 cool are trying to play for almost that kind of by-the-book, gameplay. But because of this kind of correlation, 6S do get caught out by the aggression. So basically, maybe just a need to scrape the whole of this setup and just play for that almost just, again, also aggro-heavy lineup would be a much better idea.
Yeah, 6 school, they definitely need to add some aggression to their roster in terms of how they're playing positions, because, I mean, we saw that round, God mode walking in, killing 3 in positions, but arguably not that aggressive, let's be honest. I mean, top East presence, okay, but that was pretty much the only position that they had that was an aggressive one, and even then, 2 players lost on that position are definitely not the way you want to be taking those early fights. But still, DAWEI, they've taken a little bit of damage on the entry here. God mode on the Osa again has been tagged up just for a little bit, not a considerable amount, albeit 6 scores, some good damage dealt. He's going to make his way into 90 and get that shield down. Play for the cross for 6. Walking out through the pre-prep door to take down God mode. This is what we were talking about. Speaking of smokes, also, that one has now appeared. Shield broken as well. One player playing behind. He's actually going to be able to pop that and force Azayla to swing. He's going to connect with the headshot. EB takes a lot of damage as well inside of Fountain, or just close to it. Either way, Lucifer's actually allowed to cross as well, and things for DAWEI looking pretty good, but 6 school are also still holding on.
6 school members were able to, for the majority of it, dip out of all of this danger, but Vooz does manage to catch Lucifer on the rotation. Information being completely ridden off the hands of 6 school and DAWEI. Look, this might just end up tiring them out before their match against Roosters, which could prove to be a rather big point really worth mentioning later down the line. 4-4 scoreline, though, it does look like DAWEI are looking to start their own streak in a much earlier stages, albeit with, well, Zayla now gone. The rest of the team will need to start performing. Smoke's coming about, a lot of damage dealt to PRV as well, and preventing that push through the deepest, meaning that will slight delay on that whole approach. And I do love to see that, the way how the Smoke has been so far played in a very flexible manner, and with the rotations coming about, Robust already taking some damage as there was Lame Jack just pushing in the west stairs. Oh, sorry, east stairs.
Good damage dealt here from 6 school. Only 30 seconds left. The Zofia lifeline to stun the cross. It's going to go for a plant attempt here for DAWEI. They do still have, no smokes left for Zix, using the last one there to cover the door. However, Lanejack's going to be allowed to either walk into sight or play on the prone angles. He's going to take down the planter. The drop as well. PIV caught out. And now the favor swings back into DAWEI's hands, finding two, Vuz and Raven. Good for both of those. Some team damage dealt possibly there, and Lanejack to capitalize. Raven in a 1v1 needs to find this kill. 3 seconds left, and all Lanejack needs to do is hide. Six School, they're going to walk away with that round, and again, team damage. I don't think it would have done anything different for the Sledge had he had all his health, but even still, big misplay.
Oh man, cracks are starting to show yet again. DAWEI, similar turnout here, Proto. They had the player advantage. What was it, a 42 again?
Yep.
And from there, it just all flopped. Name a better duo. DAWEI and 4v2s, it seems.
Yeah, true. 4v
and losing them. 4vx's, yeah, it's just... They have all the, all the numbers, they have the guns, they have the information, they have the drones, and none of that ends up being used. They kind of turned it into those one-to-one. Yeah, well, they had some vertical, but it wasn't like it wasn't tangible enough for it to actually be thoroughly used. Because they had like a whole bunch of openings around the archive and the armory lockers area, but that was it. There was no opening on the floor around the actual staircase. Yeah. There's no in the detention, no in the passport. None of that. Completely, forgone and completely forgotten. So, I mean, in the same kind of vein, you could make an argument. Well, how could they have known? Because the majority of it, they kind of dedicated their drones to very kind of basic positions where they just needed to, well, not needed, they wanted to just scout the site and not really care about it. But that kind of lack of information on the offside presence ended up costing them the round.
Yeah, something as well to note is that I don't actually think we've seen DAWEI open up detention wall at all. At least to a position where they can entry through it. However, I think this may be the one round that they have, of course, as soon as I mention it, with Raven just deep inside the building there. He's just making his way on for the roam clear downstairs. We do see the position of Vuz, sees the player on this run out, some damage dealt to Lanejack, but Raven is there for the first. Luke's got a fall on the Jaeger. They're going to take that pick and be gone with it. Raven's good for 2. Zix to fall as well, make it a triple. Finds the castle as well in the process. And very quickly, Raven, looking like he's on for his second ace of the evening. If he can find both Evie and Zayla, two players that have proven to be quite elusive in terms of taking them down, albeit we'll see if he can pull it off.
Olo DP27. Could be a dangerous prospect. Uh-oh, that's a problem. That damage will still end up damaging EVU. No, actually doesn't. No, the shot does not either connect. Or rather, it does, but it's all down to Zayla, the clutch master of Six School. Unfortunately, just too many things on his board and not enough of the rate of fire. Well, that concludes that round in once again a draw. Proto back and forth it goes. 5-5 apiece. We're only just about to conclude our first matchup. Imagine what could happen if a similar kind of case for the two last matchups as well.
Can I just say, you give Zayla, OG Ella in that position, he wins that. Any day of the week. Any day of the week. OG Ella, that would have got the job done. Either way, unfortunately, it's not OG Ella, it's, a Rooney DMR, so take what you got. Got one, pad the stats, he's good for 1, at least. Equal trades, you take those. But yeah, very back and forth still. I mean, 5-5 Cthulhu, it's looking like Cafe again, and this is now the question, are Six School going to walk away with it and end it on a 7-5 like they did the first time we saw this situation, or are we going to go to a max OT? Or are DAWEI going to end it at 7-5? Because I'm going to be honest, it has been so inconsistent in terms of who is winning straight out, like who has the advantage. It is really hard to say because 1 minute Six School has it, the next minute DAWEI has it, then Six School has a couple of really good rounds, and then DAWEI has and it's like, well, who are we supposed to be, highlighting here? Because both teams are doing really, really well, But then both teams make really bad mistakes, and it's like, well, you know, how do you analyze this? I mean, yes, both are good and both are bad, but like, you know, we've gone to 5-5 and coming into this expecting DAWEI to sort of just, you know, do DAWEI things, but Six School have had an amazing showing this evening.
Absolutely, no, it's been just a phenomenal game already as it is. Yes, Six School just growing from week to week. I mean, if that's how they grow just in one season, or rather in 2 weeks of Operation League, after one match of one of the top tier teams, and probably they will be studying this spot as well very tentatively. I'm very curious how will they even perform maybe once playoffs do come, if they do end up thoroughly qualifying for it, because look, Six School, they've taken the Malaysia qualifiers by storm. Now they are taking DAWEI by storm, albeit it's been very much back and forth and very much unfortunate in this kind of case. But still, I mean, despite the results, it has been a phenomenal result for them.
Really well done there. Lame Jack to go down, Raven as well, taking down Zix, and the LMG fire starts to rain out. Raven is going to be downed, however, by a player inside of the small box in server, but very quickly taken down by Vooz on the spray there. And I mean, look, you do have to sort of highlight that DAWEI have definitely seemed to have found their stride a little bit in this round at least. Air jab as well, we will hear off screen, does knock one of the defensive players over, however, not capitalized upon due to the fact that they aren't close enough. Flores trying to clear the last remaining shield inside of the site towards the main breach, and now gives the option for a plant here, and it indeed is going to come out. Smoke to try and cover the cross. Godmo takes a considerable amount of damage to swing out from the smoke though. He will find one into the smoke. He gets the planter as well. Shotgun in hand. Needs to find another boost to take down Zayla. It's all up to the smoke. The PRV is there, and DAWEI very close to losing it. Make it happen. Clutch out that round.
Oh, man. Oh, man. My heart. My heart. Just those back and forth games definitely shows that Six School have certainly been performing, but also that DAWEI finally woken up as well. Very much so, though. It's been a close kind of venture for both of the rosters, no matter who ends up winning the round. It is off the back of those either 1v1s, 1v2s, and it's great to see that. It's great that there's no more of that complete, you know, washout potential. It's just a very, very close battle. And I think no matter what, even the viewers would probably agree that this has been so far pretty good matchup, albeit, well, one will have to also forget the sheer number of team kills in the cafe, but minus that, let's just say.
I mean, to date, out of all the games of Siege that I've watched in my very short career, I do have to say that this has probably been one of the most enjoyable games. This is, you know, David and Goliath. This is DAWEI coming into it, expected to win, and Six School, you know, fresh on the block, just absolutely penning it to them. And they've been doing such a good job. They really have. You do have to highlight that, even if they lose it here, which would be such a shame, given that they managed to take it to 3 maps, but also expected. You do have to agree to some degree that that was the expected outcome, but still, the showing that we have had from Six School has just been monumental.
Absolutely. Provided
DAWEI find themselves on match point now, so this could be where it all ends. The dream run, ladies and gentlemen, could be over momentarily. Depending on how things play out, Godmo does spot 1 inside of service, but the call has been given. Zpings are still around as well, but DAWEI is actually going to get away. Lame Jack survives somehow to fight another day. Top East, position so easily given up last time due to the fact that Godmo kind of just killed everybody. He's going to be there again, but this time, a minute in, no frags yet, Cthulhu.
Yeah, look, could be a bit of a slower, you know, venture into all of this. Possibly the final round for us to watch here between DAWEI and Six School. I say that Zayla gets the better of God mode, and a quick, very prompt run in by Vuz to get the better of the Aruni as well. 9-11 by Zayla, 11-9 by Godmode as well. Two very polar scorelines, but basically two players that were just pushing the team to the absolute maximum. But you look at the scorelines on the side of DAWEI, 13-7 as well on Vuz, 15-7 by Raven as well. So a very good rise, kind of what almost felt like rise from the ashes. And with Lucifer now down, already one of the positions, I believe that's EVU as well, spotted or Lamejack, Six School are starting to look like this may just be the end of it all.
Raven for the confirmation, takes down Lucifer. Lamejack somehow makes it back to site without being fragged, and a minute 15 left to play with here. Both teams still have a lot of time to go off of in this round. However, having this construction wall reinforced is going to completely lock Zix out of any form of crossfire into the bathroom drop here. He is going to have to play for the blue hall and the square drop, and his own life really inside of construction. Nitro prep, he wants to try and get aggressive. Lamejack loses a lot of HP. Nitro to come out, not going to connect here for the defense, and Six School very quickly are looking worse and worse by the second as more of their precious cover is taken away from above. There needs to be a play made here. 30 seconds, Cthulhu. Things coming down to the wire.
Indeed they do. Final 30 seconds and the push comes in. PRV gets better of Lamejack. EVU and Zix are the last man standing. Robust tag and tagged to absolute hell. In comes the drop down. Oh, that's a lineup. That's a big one as well. EVU may just be able to do it, but no. That's all she wrote. Vuz is the one to deal the final blow, but what a valiant effort from Six School.
What a game. What a game. I mean,
oh man.
What a highlight match, really. I mean, first of all, congratulations to DAWEI. Obviously, 2-1, they win out the game. But at the end of the day, I think we can definitely chalk Six School up here as a threat for future endeavors. I mean, yes, DAWEI may have won the battle, but I think Success have won the overall day. They've proven that they've come into this and they've put the work in. I mean, they are sort of going up against one of the top tier for their group teams, and they were taking it to them. I mean, 7-5, 7-5, and a 7-3 is definitely not something to be shy of, especially when two of those matches at one point were both 5-5, and only then were teams able to sort of squeak away with the win. So something to point out. I mean, Success definitely have something in the barrel, and they wanted to use it tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No. Look, despite the scoreline, for DAWEI, I have to say, like, despite them, winning this match out, and despite them being able to, score the higher positions, this has been a huge faltering point that they have to be very wary about going into some of the further matches, given that they still have the matchup against Roosters now also to play it out, which will be possibly very problematic for them. And on the side of 6S, yes, it's frustrating. Yes, they got so close, but if they can continue pushing this against Renatus, the team that so far, I mean, objectively, has been seeing a much worse run for it all, they might just be able to score themselves those points and completely lock Renatus out of this whole playoffs run.
Well, we're going to have to see how that all plays out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a very short break, and then we will be back for Game 2 of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We will return very shortly.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ。
お。
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
got me up like all night, and I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work all night. There's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it?
Who do you think you are and what is this connection? I swear I can't understand, I don't understand. It feels so electric. No one's ever made me feel like this. Oh, baby, I'm caught up in your mystery. 'Cause nothing about you makes sense to me. When opposites attract, it's automatic. I'm always coming back. You're a habit, I'm addicted to you. My sexy magnet, I'm like a maniac. When opposites attract, oh, I don't wanna get away. Oh, don't wanna get away. Oh, I don't wanna get away.
looking for you when I'm sleeping. I've been calling out your name. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. Wanna spend the day and night with ya. Oh yes I do. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. USA. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, take me with ya. I'll come with ya. I'll come with ya. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. I'm a dreamer, I'm a dreamer. Hey baby, we'll be forever young. I'll be right by your side. I'll be right by your side. USA. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I'll come with ya. Dream with ya, come with ya. Dream with ya, I remember I'm the first. I remember when I was a child, and the first time I learned summertime. I get the feeling if I learn to fly, I'ma never stay here in this town. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、
でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、ユミコ。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our short break. Map number 1, or should I say match number 1, an absolute banger. Coming into match number 2, 6S are continuing, hopefully, their streak of somewhat good luck going up against Trinitas. Cthulhu, we've got the veto here. Theme, Oregon, and Chalet. What are we thinking going into it?
Yeah, look, a little bit of a head scratcher about the theme park from 6S, given just the scoreline that they ended up concluding it against DAWEI. I mean, it was a 7-3 loss for them, whereas something like Border has been a much closer venture. Cafe has been a really solid one as well, but neither of those two maps do make an appearance tonight. But look, I mean, Oregon is, in general will be a map that could serve as a really nice middle ground for the two teams, but theme park as a first one, look, one would hope that plenty of teachings have been taken from that map after the match against DAWEI, and well, Success should be able to at least get some good conclusions as to how to make theme park work for themselves. Apart from that, as a Chalet, as a decider, should we need it, I think it should also play as a really nice mediator between the two rosters and between the two maps. But look, as a matter of fact, let's have a look at theme park itself as 6S. Actually, as a matter of fact, both 6 School and Trinitas, this is their chance to ensure their position in the playoffs.
It's going to be a big game here. Obviously, 6 School coming off of the back of a game already this evening. Unfortunately, not walking away with the dub. However, doing some good damage to DAWEI, given, you know, 2 pretty big score lines. Bans, though, for theme park. Obviously, we've seen it once already this evening. Thatcher and Jackal to go, pretty standard. Valkyrie to follow, and now, obviously, I'm going to put my money on possibly the Cade, given that Mirror was played, but it's Trinitas to ban, so if they want to get rid of the Mirror, they can, and indeed, they will. So the double Spaniard, SAS, and the Navy SEAL, very similar, in fact, pretty much the same to our last set of bans in our last border game, but all the same theme park Cthulhu. 6S are back for their second attempt, 7-3, they lost it. So yeah, as you mentioned, very interesting that they've decided to come back here against Trinitas, but maybe they know something about Trinitas that we don't, possibly.
Well, here's the thing. With Trinitas in general, they have shown a very little map pool for themselves, albeit the the actual amount of matches that they've had comparative to, you know, Six School and all the other teams is much smaller, given that they just kind of auto-qualified from Season 4. But, look, I mean, you look at Trinitas against DAWEI, it was Cafe and Clubhouse. Cafe completely forfeited, 7-0. Clubhouse, 7-5. So, relatively, you know, good, stable ground for TNS to play, but against DAWEI, it's kind of a bit of a 50-50. Now, TNS against Renatus, Oregon Cafe. Oregon 7-0 loss, Cafe 7-2 loss. So it's a bit of a difficult thing to really gauge how it's actually going to be working, and whether Trinitas actually put in the effort into, you know, restarting and learning and, you know, making new strats the way how it was done by 6S. But against 6S, it should be a little bit of a closer scoreline, albeit again, I would say that Trinitas are still so far looking like the team to be already in a bit of a bigger... Sorry, 6S to be having a little bit more of a favor. Plus, on top of it, technically, 6S already scored themselves 1 point because they managed to take away 1 map off the way.
Yeah, that's definitely something to take into consideration. I mean, again, not only have they scored a point, they also have the warm-up under their belt. They're sort of raring to go and continue on with a streak that they want to start making. And Trinitas, they're going to be fresh into things. Lamejack takes a lot of damage. Impact to come. He's going to get the down. Not the confirmed. Pinkerez is there. Zalia is going to be walking in to try and play this entry, but through the wall, what a shot! Floaty will take down Lucifer in the process. However, the refrag is not there. No! Zalia loses that. Not expected at all. And Floaty's good for 3. Takes down another player from Success. Possibly looking for the fall through the wall. Will spot the head of another. Hasn't quite hit the shot. Seaview will be there to shut that streak down, but the damage has been done. 6 School. 2 versus 3 and low HP on the Thermite. This is a great start for Trinitas.
Alright, well, Trinitas coming into this rather clean and play. I think we're looking to assert domination in the early stages. For Zayla, though, rather unfortunate that the man wasn't able to, you know, stick around for too long, as he was kind of one of the big playmakers previously. But at least EVU should be able to stay alive. I say that pre-play C4 by Nose has pretty much worked perfectly in there. Perfect read, and well, yeah, not much can be done. Self-flash, swing in, and yeah, right into the welcoming hands of Nose. Not the best beginning to the first round, but again, do keep in mind that whilst, yes, we talk that the warm-up is there, the other problem being exhaustion could be also coming into the fruition, because 2 back-to-back BO3s would be quite a tenuous task.
Yeah, I mean, it is also considerably late over, you know, where 6 School are. So you do have to take that in consideration as well to some degree. I mean, everything's sort of coming into effect going into this matchup. Yes, they've had the warm-up, but as you mentioned, fatigue, all that starts to set in. You got the longevity, mental. I mean, they come off of a loss, albeit a really, really captivating performance of Rainbow Six, but a loss nonetheless. So for 6 School, that might be something that affects them. You know, that might be something that puts a dent in the mental going into this game, especially against Trinitas, who previously, no use talking, sort of hold some respect to that name, but at the same, as you mentioned, they've had a couple of fumbles coming in since they've lost a couple of the key roster players. But 6 School, I mean, even still, it's only round 1. They did pretty decently towards the start of the round. However, big play from Floaty sort of led towards that going in favour of Trinitas. So possibly a one-off. However, you cannot count it out just yet. 6 School back for another attacking round. This time, obviously, it is going to be the office initiation bomb site. We're going to see how Trinitas want to play this one out as opposed to downstairs.
Downstairs play, I mean, could... Or rather, well, sorry, upstairs play. But Trinitas could still be rather good. And Low has a very confident, very scary position to really play around. And Lamejack and Co will be very much good to acknowledge that, well, Trinitas certainly looking a little bit more activated. It's not like they were completely veggies back in the previous matchup. They were still doing their best, and a couple of those rounds were still very close on the general conclusion. But in saying that, still very much of an outside of the building kind of entry, and hoping to try to find some sort of initial information to swing off on. And that was kind of actually the big kind of idea with Six School previously, is that the early momentum, early swing was basically kind of the plan there for them. The moment they're kind of being denied those early entries, early initializations of the gunfights, yeah, this is where they kind of just relied on a very heaped amount of copium.
A little bit of a slow up here for Six School in their attack. They've seemed to grind to a little bit of a halt. Trinitas have obviously fallen back to secondary positions. Nitro to come out here, no damage dealt, unfortunately, so some util wasted, but the nade not connecting onto that mute jammer, albeit the ace charge opening up, so I'd imagine maybe the mute jammer not quite in the middle of the wall. Insane. On yellow, though, flank from Enlo, he's going to find one. Zix will take down Nosnol, though, so it's a good trade in terms of man count. Evu now finding one as well on the Divine, and very quickly things going back and forth. Nopi to take down Zix. 50 seconds left for the execute. They're going to go for the walk in here. However, they still have control of back initiation. Floaty's good for one. Will be traded out. So, 2 versus 2. Swing on round from Nopi to find one. Almost the frag on the Lucifer as well. Swinging the main breach. MX4 Storm not getting the job done, but a lot of damage dealt. Lucifer needs to take down Emro, who's already proven to be quite the formidable foe so far. This breach proving to be quite an issue. The nade to be cooked now. The swing though from the bet, but he wins that!
Ooh!
Enlo whiffing the shot. Six School, they're going to walk away with that round.
Oh my, all of a sudden, long have we waited, Six School activated type moment, as they're able to bring that whole defensive play to a halt. Very pleasant surprise, really, from Six School, albeit something that we were kind of waiting and hoping, and just yeah, waiting for that to actually be sorted. And good to see that Lucifer is now on the board in that regard, being able to completely, well, grind that whole reswing to a halt. So 1-1 scoreline is not a bad start whatsoever. I mean, first round jitters certainly are seeming to be quite problematic to deal with. So main question now being is, well, how will Trinitas actually be able to, you know, respond to all of that, given the certain circumstances that were dealt to them, and given the fact that, well, Six School, yeah, look, they still looking all fired up. They know their potential. They know exactly what needs to be done and how it needs to be sorted, and, well, quite possibly they might just be able to slow things down for Trinitas, since Trinitas could be pretty much denied even any sort of map progressions.
Yeah, I think looking at the map pool that we have, you talked about Trinitas having a very minimalistic map pool and sort of relying on those basic maps, and map number 2 is going to be Oregon here, and that was Trinitas' pick. So depending on how they go for theme, I think that's going to dictate how much, well, how many maps, rather, should I say, we see this evening, because they can walk away here on the uncomfortable side of things. Then obviously going into the comfort side of things, you would imagine that they would probably be able to close things out. But I mean, you can't assume any of this. So far, Six School, they've had a couple of rough rounds. I mean, let's be honest, yes, that round was won by Lame Jack, but very close, way too close to comfort. Enlo only needed to hit one shot. So we're going to see how it pans out for them here now. They're getting very aggressive into bathroom. Like Maverick opting to possibly open up that castle, however. Locking the door now. I mean, half the round's gone, Cthulhu, and there's no frags just yet.
Yeah, no frags just yet. We just about, though, to see a whole heap of damage to be unleashed onto Lame Jack, which is something that he would have probably preferred to avoid as much as humanly possible. Unfortunately, though, for him, that was not the case. Enlo does get the better of him, but already 2 of the players completely gone out. Nopi, Floaty gone. That's the big performance, and now quite a number of problems may just start ramping up, given the sheer caliber of problems, the LMGE of Lucifer still being around, and the rest of the team of 6S just very continuously, very consistently pushing and pushing.
Some good damage dealt though. 6 school, 2 players below 50 HP, and mate, I say that through the drone hole. Nos Null is going to find the feet of Lucifer, the LMG taken away. The breach again proving to be an issue. It's going to force the second Telmatarch to come on out. Daily off screen will find a frag onto Divine. You will spot out the player inside of the kitchen. However, Trinitar setting themselves up for the crossfires here. The Ash Charge missing that bulletproof camera as well. Large shame not being able to clear out that information. So Trinitars have a good idea of what's going on. Enlo to find Zayla. He's also going to get Evu as well. A lovely shot with the MP7. And now Zix. A 1 versus 2. Spotted out. Gosnol, no position. 20 seconds left to play with. He's just going to walk into the headshot. And Trinitars, they're going to close that round out. Really well clutched up there.
Absolutely. Great turnout there by the defense. And yeah, look, Trinitas, whilst they looked a little bit kind of confused, kind of lost there, they managed to really well bring it back in, engage their opponents, and well, from there on out it was a pretty free real estate. Armory and Throne Room. Look, so far Theme Park was kind of expected that, well, 6S would be able to, you know, to take quite a confident control of the map and know pretty much exactly how to play it out, given how basically how educating it was against DAWEI, the team that was very much preferring to bring out all of that aggression, all of that upfront and personal kind of play. And against Trinitas, who basically has been doing that, well, on the defense, it seems like 6 School are a little bit fumbling there. And albeit it's good to see that some adaptations are coming about. The DAWEI DAWEI pick. I'm looking at the chat and where they discussed the skin. But the DAWEI pick would have been good, but again, got switched out last moment back onto Zafia. But to isolate players like Enlo, players like Floaty and No Snow, it would have been nice, but unfortunately, well, not just the case here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that we haven't seen 6 School sort of crack down on these roamers. I mean, yes, Jackal is banned, but we still have plenty of other opportunities and operators available to deal with that issue. I mean, good drone work we've seen so far from 6 School across the 4 maps we've seen them play. That is something that they can be utilising to clear these roamers out. Trinitas, obviously, though, they're sort of seasoned. They know how to deal with that counter roam play. I mean, they're just sort of playing to shoot drones and disappear. I mean, already we've seen the roam from the Trinitas players sort of dwindle. I mean, Emlo's pretty much pushed all the way back. We've seen some damage dealt, but other than that, it's just been drones being shot out. Ooh. And then players running away. Zayla will find one. He's not going to get the second, though. The confirm for Nopi as well, and he's actually going to get away with his life somehow into the drug lab, chased by pretty much all of 6 School. He's got to get the reload off as well, but I mean, that is a good frag back and forth. And Ash for a Jaeger, funnily enough, to be traded out here. But a 4v4 is definitely doable. We've seen Trinitas clutch the 2v4. We've seen 6 School do it a couple times as well. So, I mean, anything's on the table at this point, even still for this flank. Uh-oh. Not good.
Boy. Yeah, not good at all. Lucifer does go down to the hands of Enlo, and it's not the kind of result that you would want to have appear in front of you, but regardless, we might just be seeing some change in that momentum relatively soon. Still though, 3v3 is very much workable, all things considered, and well, with Ziggs getting the better of Enlo, albeit at a very heavy expense of his own HP, it is not the type of stuff that you want to allow. Divine and Nopi, though, they have perfect positions to completely shut things down, which is exactly what their team will be hoping for.
Split is available to play for here. However, it looks like yellow is going to be the aim of the game. They're going to want to get this wall open and play to get the diffuser down. Nopi hears both of these players. They have an idea that he might be there and very well read into. Evu will be able to take him down. And now in a 1 versus 3, Divine has got his work cut out for him. He's going to opt for the dragon flank. Needs to try and go huge here to take these players down. No drones available, it seems, to spot this player out. The bomb's going down, 11 seconds. Divine's coming from behind. He's going to be able to get the Hibana, the planter as well. Caught out now. All it is up to Lanejack to find the bomb plan. He's got to go for the defuse, and he's going to start planning the bomb. Divine needs to get back. SMG again. He's running back to the site. He's got the time. The bomb goes down. He's there to confirm, but he's also going to be able to get the defuse. Very well played by the Mute. An awesome 1v3 for Trinity.
Oh man. Very, very close though. And how was that even allowed? This kind of reswing was just beyond me, man. But regardless of that, it's still well done and dusted by the Trinitas players. And yeah, look again, Theme Park. Maybe it was the similar play and similar idea that they had, same as me, Six School, but that repick of the map that they lost so convincingly to DAWEI should have been already a dead giveaway that they should be avoiding it at like absolute fire.
That was really well done. I mean, super good from Divine there. Just read like a book. I mean, yes, Nopi could have had a lot more of an impact from his position. He didn't need to though. I mean, even though it was read into by Evu, it worked out in the end. You take those. Divine definitely happy with that. His first 3 kills for the game, by the way, in a 1 versus 3. You love to see it. But still, I mean, Six School had a good attempt there at almost getting that bomb down and then playing through the clutch. But had he maybe planted on the other side of the pillar, we could have seen that go completely the other way. But I mean, at the end of the day, Trinitas are leading 3-1 on Theme Park here. And Six School, I mean, again, we kind of leaves us questioning as to why they came back after losing this out. After losing this out to DAWEI, because, you know, why would you do that? But again, maybe there's something going on here that we don't know.
Maybe a large brain play in place. Well, I suppose we'll have to wait and see, because so far the attack on this map has been very much lackluster. From Six School, 2 more rounds though still available for the taking and for the play, so we'll have to wait and see what is the actual, you know, play, what's the actual turnout. Apart from that, you know, 6S need to kind of revive their play, because consistency has been kind of the big question here. Yes, they have the capabilities and they have, you know, the play for it to really happen, but it's those short bursts of confidence and then followed by almost a flog for the rest of the map, which result in the ultimate demise of a number of their players. And from there on out, you're kind of left with the question, well, how well will they fare against an actually good set of teams? Because Floaty being allowed to make those kind of rotations should not have happened. But thankfully, though, Evu as well is able to find some return on form, able to get the better of Divine, Nopi, and Enlo once again, the last man alive. Last time they were, round went into the hands of Trinitas.
Yeah, definitely the set of people you want to clutch a round out. Nopi to start things off with an awesome kill, almost the flick onto Evu as well, who I believe actually did just spot Enlo out as well, maybe. Albeit 2 full health players going into the last moments of this round. Six takes a lot of damage. Enlo full blind, though, on the cross. Unfortunate choice from him. Six School, they're going to walk away with that round. Rather unfortunate to see it end like that. Definitely could have been done by Enlo, but it's not going to come to fruition. 2-3, Trinitas still lead, but Six School starting to catch up, looking for that 3-3 half.
Look, if they manage to make this a 3-3 half and then try to pull some sort of a comeback on the defense, I think they genuinely might have a really solid chance to bring Theme Park back. But again, look, not the choice that I would have personally made, but again, I'm only just a caster, so
exactly.
What do I know? GL me. Yeah. Nice opinion, but you're a caster. Kind of thing. Look, regardless of it all, they managed to... They acknowledged the danger that, you know, Enlo and Nopi had. They acknowledge how powerful can a player like Floaty be, and according to that, we're able to make those changes and rotations. Now, with the lineup that they are bringing, Lucifer is switching over to Lion, should really be able to tap into this lineup even more, but we'll certainly rely on this play by the rest of his team way more. Zayla needs to really come back to form really here as well, but something that will need to be maybe later down the line really addressed with how things been really going down. As it stands, though, look, we're about to see a rather interesting another round, introducing yet another, you know, Castle into the play. And Castle so far kind of been one of the big MVPs. The way how things been revolving, the way how things been panning out, it's kind of been just Trinitas able to play around that whole labyrinth that they were constructing over and over again.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case, but a lovely nitro there from Enlo, as well as the frag found by Floaty to take down Habana and the Thinker, two big operators in the lineup for Six School here. They still have the line ace available. Lovely one-tap, though, and Lucifer on the line able to actually get those trades back. So they're going to find at least the equalizers. Enlo goes down as well off screen, so unfortunate there for Trinitas. The lead that they had so very quickly forfeit. Now Six School looking a lot healthier going into this clutch. Azalea with another frag coming back to form, as you will, to take down Nopi, and now Divine in another 1 versus 3. Can he pull it off? He's done it once before, now needs to do it again. The Trinitas want to find the 4-2. They have some Z pings here available for him to play with. He's going to opt for the flank through control. We think this is going to pay dividends, though.
It could just a little bit, but with that position and all 3 players being quite healthy as well, it will take quite a gargantuan effort to make it work. Got the time, got the gun. His position has been more so, for the most of it, revealed and being awaited for, so it's just mainly just misfortunate peak will basically be the end of it all kind of deal.
Well, 35 seconds to make the dream work happen. He somehow managed to get into the office and not be found out. Will spot the first of 3. He's not going to land the shot. Zalia in the hallway. A lovely headshot. D-View is there to close things out. Six School are going to find a 3-3. So they've managed to find the same rounds that they found against DAWEI. But now the question is can they do it on the defense? Trinitas move to the attack and Six School move to the defense side. Obviously, Cthulhu, we saw how this played out for Six School in the previous iteration of Theme Park. But going forward from this, how do we think it's going to play out? I mean, it's really hard to sort of guess that.
Yeah, definitely quite difficult to figure out how will it really pan out, purely given the fact that, yeah, it's been, once again, in a similar kind of way. It's been 1 take, 3, up take 3. Similar question could be asked here in regards to just the fact that how consistent Trinitas are as well, because if this is kind of gonna end up being a consistent, you know, fact that Trinitas can't really string any more than just 3 rounds on just defense, look, there might be in for a number of troubles, and I think Six School might just be able to play very big emphasis on it because of how they were able to quite consistently keep on chipping away back on the way on some of the other maps. So maybe it just more so kind of the story about Six School taking 3 rounds to read into how Trinitas are playing this game. But even so, like, that's quite a chunk of rounds that were basically taken away.
Yeah, I mean, 3-3 is definitely nothing to scoff at in any respect. but looking at how things have played out, I mean, we're already starting to see the return to back and forth gameplay. I mean, we saw it for DAWEI in 6 school, and now we're sort of seeing it a little bit here for Trinitas in 6 school, albeit might have something to do with the map pick. This is a map that Trinitas, on paper, would not be very comfortable with, as well as the fact that it may be a map that 6 school aren't necessarily comfortable with, but maybe that's why they picked it to try and throw Trinitas off. However, misplay there. Huge misplay from Floaty, and Zayla there to capitalise. Good for 2. Takes down Enlo as well, and I mean, this is what I mean. It is so back and forth Cthulhu. 6 school with such a huge advantage now. Sledge and Fink are both on.
Bit of a problematic kind of deal here for Trinitas, and yeah, that's the thing that we were talking about. That consistency, being that the defense is their kind of main ground to play around, and the fact that 6 school were able to come back to a 3-3 scoreline whilst being on attack on Theme Park says quite a lot. C4 in! It's a 3-pointer from Zix. Oh my goodness, that was a clean one. Straight from downtown, and it does leave all down to Noel and Divine to attempt to try to make a comeback. Yes, there is an activation of the air jab, but no capitalization on top of that. Both the players have now kind of only rendezvoused on the ground floor. So yeah, look, 6S might just be able to find the said success on the defense.
Yeah, I think for Trinitas, it's going to be difficult now. They started on, obviously, the defense. This map, you have to get as many as you can before you switch over, and it's going to prove to be a bit difficult now on the 3-3 side of things. Not Noel's going to open up that yellow wall. 30 seconds left to play with. We'll retrieve the diffuser as well. Play close by with the shotgun. Knows that there possibly is one flashbang to come out. He may or may not be blind. I guess we'll never know. Another flashbang to follow. No, completely fine. Walks in, loses that fight. Shotgun not good for a second. He's got to walk in. He's actually going to get the air jab onto Zayla and find that kill. He needs 2 frags. Very doable here for Divine. Can he clutch another 1v3? Opts to try and get the diffuser down. No nitro for Lucifer. He's actually going to get aggressive. The bomb going down. He's actually going to get the plant off, but the knife is there. And they're going to get the defuse. 6 school. They're in it to win it. 4-3 now. They lead.
Yeah. Bit of a shame, though, for Trinitas, as it was just close enough for that kind of return to happen, but unfortunately for them, couldn't really keep it going. Although, yeah, look, valiant effort from Divine on the AK-74, being able to just keep on stringing more and more frags. Unfortunately, just the rest of the team of 6 school just acknowledged that, hey, guys, we may be a little bit too pushy about this. Let's kind of run it back a little bit.
Yeah, the round that we have just watched, I do want to highlight Trinitas actually did really good at almost bringing that back. Down to a 2 versus 2. Unfortunately not the 1v1, but still, Trinitas held on for a good portion of that round, got the bomb down as well. I know it was possibly allowed to go down for the knife kill purposes, but still, bomb was planted. You do have to give them that, and 6 school, they're going to walk away with that. But it was, again, very close. I mean, so many of these rounds, Cthulhu, have just been so close that it can literally be anyone's game at any point. It is really hard to make sort of, educated guesses about what we're going to see going forward, because I said it before, these teams just keep having moments of excellence, and then something just goes completely wrong. I mean, that round from Trinitas, complete misdrone inside of the office and allowed Zayla to get 2. Things like that shouldn't be happening, but they are, which then begs the question, well, what's going on between rounds? Because these mistakes only happen, once a game, but it's every time it's back and forth.
Yeah. Look, yeah, quite a number of things could be really addressed here, just purely for the fact that, look, for Trinitas, again, it's the question of consistency as well. That could be playing a really, really rude joke on the overall kind of setup and the overall play. It could be also just the sheer fact that, yeah, just technical issues and maybe some sort of game problems also keep on occurring. Because, yeah, look, it's been very unfortunate with what's been happening to them, especially on the attack. Now already lacking one of the players, it is going to be even more problematic, albeit vertical game could still be a decent solution, and Enlo might just be able to play emphasis on that, but time management is the other thing that or rather the question that we haven't really asked about for quite a while as well, Proto, given that Renatus already kind of that last round was basically lost out due to them not being able to manage the time just well enough, plus losing early gunfights.
Yeah, it does have something to do with it, I guess, but I mean, at the end of the day, when you lose players early on for disconnects, that's something that you also have to take into consideration. We've seen so many disconnects tonight here, Cthulhu, keep in mind as well. Lovely shot from Floaty, though. Take down Lame Jack and, well, at least equalised for his lost teammate. However, not very impactful in terms of utility taken off the board, albeit there's not really much left. Mai's going to swing on round. It is going to be an attempt there, but Zayla's good for that frag before being taken down. The Finkaboo's not keeping Maverick alive in that situation, which is a shame. Albeit, for Mai to take one with him before going to the grave is what you want to see given the situation. Floaty will clear out that waterproof camera, but 50 seconds, Cthulhu, is not a lot of time here for Renatus to play off of, especially in a 3 versus 3. They need to start finding these kills, and they will start, but they still have to get Zix and Eden.
Yeah, still only 36 seconds remaining. A halt could be introduced very promptly here, especially onto somebody like Floaty or Enlo, who does go very quickly in. Evu does trade out the majority of his HP for a frag onto the Nos Null, so it does go down to 2v2, very quickly switches to 1v2. It's all down to 6. The UMP-45 Wilder might just be able to try to do this, but back turned the wrong way. Enlo is the one to reclaim it. We were saying that Renatus may just have a problem, and, well, that did not seem to have impacted them in any shape or form.
Yeah, even losing that player early on to a disconnect, Renatus were able to get the job done. They cleared out everything that was required and found their frags, and then ultimately walked away with the round as well. The rehost has been called, though, due to possibly some technical issues, so we will wait momentarily to see what the go is there. But I mean, Cthulhu, at the moment, Six School and Renatus, it is turning into pretty much a repeat of the last 2 games of 6S versus DAWEI. We've just got back and forth between these two teams, like back to back. It has just been round for round of, you know, essentially just a slugfest. It is kills, it is a odd bomb plant here or there, but I mean, pretty much for the last 3 maps of tonight, it has just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it doesn't seem like it's going to change at any point.
Yeah, it certainly seems like maybe Group A is basically going to be all about, you know, those very, very early prompts back and forth, and yeah, that almost that game of tennis in regards to the points scored. So, look, yeah, definitely a lot of problems could really happen, and as it stands, yeah, could be something to address. But I think we are going to be going to a bit of a short break just to give our players to a moment to get themselves back into the swing of things. So we are gonna see you in just a little bit.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back very abruptly. Here we are. Players back in the lobby of 4-4 where we left off. Cthulhu, surprisingly, not much has changed. We're still at the same score as we were 3 minutes ago. But yeah, here we are. I mean, as we sort of were saying before we just left off, it's been so back and forth for the last 3 maps that I don't know if we're going to see a sort of a pattern break. I mean, I'm still waiting for one team to sort of, just take off with a lead, but we are yet to see that at all.
Yeah, ever since what happened in Cafe back against DAWEI by Six School, it's been kind of a bit of a back and forth, whether it's just an exchange of streaks or exchange of just rounds back to back. It definitely feels like a very weird kind of dynamic that we've ended up achieving here, given the fact that Six School seem to have shown some improvement, but again, it seems like maybe now it's more so them needing to touch up on their endurance or kind of just figure out what is a much more stable way of procuring points and whatnot. So all of that is going to be yet a whole nother kind of headache for them to really figure out later down the line. Apart from that, it's been a very, very weird sort of string of events that has been happening. Obviously, Trinitas as well, trying to keep themselves afloat, and that's been a whole different kind of worms that they've been trying to, not really shake up too hard. And their attacks so far, for the majority of it, have been very much relying on that ye-old, spoken about and dreaded about 20-second or 30-second meta that revolved a whole lot around, oh yeah, we spend a minute clearing out the drones. We spend another minute dumping all the utility into that one concentrated area. We spend 10 seconds probably losing our one of our players, and then we just chaotically start exploding onto the side and say, heck it, YOLO. And
yeah,
half of the times it works, half of the times it doesn't. And the fact that Six School hasn't really found a whole lot of big responses kind of feels alarming. I say that though Zayla does get the better of Nose, so that's a really nice opening frag, as well as Evu getting the better of Nopi and Floaty, as a matter of fact, with that double.
Wow. Definitely not expected. That was actually the player close on the wall there that Floaty was attempting to sort of lock down. Divine will do some damage, but Evu,
no way.
He is good for that frag. He's going to find the third to his 3-piece, and Enlo now left to his own devices in a 1 versus 4.5. That's all that's left of Enlo. However, Flame Jack will go down, and I mean, Enlo started things off really well. Found 1 kill. 3 more left to make something happen here. He's getting sort of pushed from all directions, but you do have to give it to Six School here. They're not really feeding into the beast that is Buck right now. They're sort of just letting him do his own thing, and Zayla's there. He's got the cross. Six School, really well done from them to close that out. Pretty much uncontested. Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, look, good response. But again, it almost also feels on a few occasions that it's been kind of a landslide round against another landslide round. Because we've seen Trinitas completely mop the floor with Six School, and we've seen Six School mop the floor with Trinitas. It's almost like, one of those meme videos about the boxing where just two guys just start just going at each other without blocking or anything, just face tanking the punches to each other. And it kind of seems like the same kind of scenario here with Six School and Trinitas going just kind of wildly at each other, swinging without actually, having a strategy to block or dodge or any of that. And it feels very bizarre, but also kind of very fitting for the general situation and for kind of how desperate both teams are for finding a win in this very matchup, because this will basically decide which team qualifies for the playoffs.
Yeah, the lockout here is going to be the big question. It's going to be who can find that lead. Six School, obviously really dominant in the previous round. And if they can keep up that dominance, I know we've said that a few times tonight, Cthulhu, if they could just keep it up for another round, we can see ourselves on match point early on here. But given track history so far, I'd imagine that may not be the case. However, Trinitas, they're doing well in their own respect. So maybe we see it go to OT for the 4th time tonight, or well, not OT, but very close to it. But still, I mean, Six School that last round, really well done, especially from Zayla on those opening 2 picks. But I mean, as well, Evu with 3, that was a massive big game from him. Things are just looking really good here for Six School. I definitely think having that match first up against DAWEI has been good for them, beneficial. But I mean, going into this game against Trinitas, you can definitely see a couple of the cracks starting to form in terms of fatigue, obviously in the latter parts of these coming games.
Yeah, certainly does seem to be this way, as Lamejack already finds another opening. This time it's Enlo, the Amaru player, but you look at the sheer pressure already pushing very aggressively. Floaty is in there, frag grenade out, won't be really claiming the damage, and instead it's Lucifer to get the better of Floaty. Trinitas not looking particularly too hot, too fresh. I say that though, Lucifer does get outed finally, and clean deal onto Lamejack as well by Divine, so 3-3 all of a sudden, but there is still presence by Zayla in the vault, which has been revealed previously. So Zix and Evu being very much disconnected from their opponent means that Zayla's position is very much of a throwaway.
Yeah, things looking a little bit dicey. Obviously, they need to clear this roamer out. However, I believe Zayla has actually already managed to escape from his vault and make his way elsewhere to play a secondary position, possibly even drop back down to the site. That may be the sound that we heard. Indeed, it was the call to come out from the DAWEI to try and reveal positions, but verticality is going to be the focus here for Trinitas. They need some sight lines onto the bomb site. Pledge and Ace going to start going to work. Some shots to come out here from Nopi, unfortunately not connecting, but I mean, Cthulhu, 50 seconds left. Going to have to do something.
Indeed they will. It's a bit of a dangerous kind of prospect here, given all of the things that have been unraveling, all the things that have been happening. And in comes already the push. 38 seconds to go. We need to find that opening, Trinitas. Otherwise, you are possibly looking at completely flogging out this round and giving a match point to 6 School.
Not looking good at all. 20 seconds. It's going to have to be the split drop here. Trying to clear Furnace out, but haven't quite managed to get the nade deep enough to kill the player in the hard right of the corner. Zayla holding on for dear life. The Ace now opening up yellow. It's going to be 15 seconds, Cthulhu, with an explosion onto the site. Flashbang to follow the drop from Nopi. He's going to find the first. However, Zayla's already done the damage, taking down the player entering from yellow. And now the bomb needs to be planted. 2 seconds left, but from behind, the shotgun in the hands of Evu does the work, and Zix is there to cover the cross. 6 School. They're going to put themselves on match point, and what a way to do so. 15 seconds and they're still making it work. Trinitas fumbling the bag.
Yeah, Trinitas just tried to put like all of their effort in there. Unfortunately, just things did not go their way. Too little of the information, too late of a push, too rushed of an execution. Just the list goes on and on and on, unfortunately, for Trinitas. 6 School, though, they were very much prepared. They were happy to let this play out the way how it did, and just, yeah, the sheer chaotic nature and the fact that on that drop there was already an opening by the defense as well as part of the trade pretty much spelled doom for Trinitas. So, in saying that, now 2-point buffer has been generated for 6 School. Finally, some sort of a general kind of closure by them. We were talking about how it was back and forth. We finally do get that much needed, almost one could say, consistent point scoring from 6 School as they finally coming back to their senses. Defense certainly looking to be their much more preferred ground for play, understandably so. Theme Park does prove to be a little bit more kind of defender-sided in the way how you can set things up, but in the same vein, look, if you just go and absolutely full send, it could turn attacker-sided, but only under very, very specific circumstances. So for 6 School, using and abusing the defensive side might be possibly looking to score that first map into their hands to guarantee at least one more point. But again, actually, no, yeah, this is another big thing to actually think about, because it just hit me. If one map is being scored here by Trinitas, they're already sitting on a 2-pointer. For 6S, they're already sitting on a 2-pointer. Trinitas winning in what technically is OT, or rather on the decider map, means that it's also going to be a 2-pointer. So it will go down to the round differential, which currently is sitting in favor of 6S.
There you go.
Oh
That's just kind of insane. But, albeit, speaking of insane, Trinitas, they found the opener. Lucifer goes down early on there, and pretty big loss, given that is your cash player. But still, 6 School have a good set of guns left to play with. Ace charge now to come and open up the wall into the office, as well as the castle barricade at the end of the hallway. Trinitas making some good ground into the top of Dragon. Divine takes a considerable amount of damage, however, not enough to end him just quite yet. Enlo set up to hold these flanks is a good position to find yourself in as the buck. However, 6 School not necessarily needing to get those rotates out, because they're all dying upstairs. Floaty to take down Zayla as well. Lame Jack, Zix, and Evu, the only 3 players left alive for 6 School here. And this is going to be the big question. Can they pull off the 3 versus 5? We've seen them pull off bigger feats so far tonight, but can they pull off this one, Cthulhu? A minute left to play with is a lot of time.
Indeed it is. Zix, Lamejack, and Eevee already. That's one for Eevee. 3v4. Minute to go. They could still drain out the time. As long as Zix and Co can still stick around. No, Nose gets the better of Lamejack. That's another of the... That's a Jaeger gone. That's the Mute gone. It's all down to Zix. The UMP versus the world. In comes one frag, but caught off on that rotation. Nose wraps it all up. Trinitas not really letting this happen to themselves just yet. Tactical pause though from 6S does mean that they are starting to get a little bit more alarmed about what is happening, why certain things are occurring, and well, if those talks continue to happen, that is already a promising sign for 6 School, albeit they're not out of this yet.
Something of note, 4 maps in this evening, and this is the first tactical timeout that we have seen called by any team. 6 School, the first team of the evening to pull out their tac pause, and honestly, probably the best time to use it. Yes, for this map anyway, at least, you're 1 round away from closing things out here. You've got to choose a site that you think that you can pull off, because Trinitas have just slowly started to dial things in round for round. And I mean, yes, they did have that 2-round lead, but they just lost that one, and very quickly that lead has turned into a, well, you know, if we lose this, we're going to OT. So probably the right call for 6 School. They need to have a conversation and talk about what the go is about to go. So hopefully they've made their decision, and hopefully they know what they need to change up. I mean, that last round for them was pretty bad in terms of the early picks. I mean, 3 lost pretty much straight away. Was just, you know, not great at the start for them there. But hopefully this can be slightly different. Trinitas obviously looking to take it to OT, but 6 School, they're just 1 round away from taking map number 1 and sending us to Oregon. So do we think that they can do it, is the big question. Can 6 School close it out, or are we going to go to OT?
Look, I'm going to go on a whim here and say, given the way how things been really going about, 6 School might just end up flogging, and we would go into OT. So far, yeah, look, they've been good, they've been solid, but the fact that they kept on losing out on the early momentum on players like Lucifer and players like Zayla pretty much locked out 6S from a lot of possibilities. And being that Lucifer and Zayla are the 2 big playmakers, and then with Eevee and the rest of the team now following suit, it's definitely almost a heartbreak when you see both of those fall, as given that Lamejack and Lucifer had a bit of a problematic time. But look, at least the rest of the team is performing good damage though on Enlo, which mean next time he does get into a gunfight, it could end up being rather dangerous, as he's on basically 1 to 2 shots away from death.
This is a good read there from 6 School, having that player sort of wait downstairs, given the fact that the Buck has pretty much just walked in largely uncontested round after the first. So good adaptation from them, some good damage dealt. Unfortunately, no frag for Lucifer there in that situation, albeit. The damage is going to be a big takeaway. This has now forced the Adrenal Surges from Floaty to come out early, so they're not going to have any left unless he decides to keep the final one for the push at the latter part of the round. But still, I mean, good utility draw out there from 6 School. But Trinitas, yeah, unfortunate that Enlo has now drawn all of those stims, but still, 50 HP is better than none. And 6 School start to do some damage early on here, but this is where the aggression needed to be all these times.
Absolutely. Bit of a... almost feels like a bit of a waste when it comes down to just draining all of your boost on just a singular player, but regardless of that, this does still allow Floaty to keep on fragging out. Zayla out. Not the best kind of situation already. Nopi catching yet another one. That's a reswing. You should not reswing into a pre-fire of an LMG. This is looking like Trinitas' round all of a sudden. Zix and Lamejack all is what left. The Lamejack tagged and pretty much taken out. What has happened is completely beyond me. Trinitas pushed us to OT, and not like this. 6 School completely forfeited all of that progress that they just also hardworkingly achieved.
Yeah, big shame. Not what you want to see, especially if you're a 6 School fan, everybody. We apologize, but still, going to OT, that is big for Trinitas. The one thing that it is hurting in this case is the round differential. The least amount of rounds played is going to be the thing that Trinitas need to be going for here, but at the moment it is just not going in their favor. I mean, we're going to be going to, I'd imagine, based on how we've gone so far, full OT. But I mean, Cthulhu, it is just, we had that 2-round break and then boom, Trinitas came back with 2 of their own. It is just so hard to just, it's so hard to talk about. I'm genuinely dumbfounded. How does it keep eventuating to this? I mean, Six School had it in the bag and then 3 picks off the board. Trinitas just walk in, face checking these angles, kill 3 people, and it's like, okay, cool, thanks for the round, we're going to OT. I mean, what went so wrong for Six School there? I mean, something went grievously wrong in that round, and I'm not quite sure what it is, but here we are. We're in the first round of OT.
Yeah, look, I know exactly what happened. The Six School looked at the bag that they've acquired, right? Looked at it very thoroughly. You know, opened, checked, well, is it even... You know, is it good? Is it quality? The quality was good, and then they said, "Yeet!" thrown it away into the dumpster. Because look, I mean, yeah, let me catch this L myself, because I'll be genuinely honest. Yes, whilst again the fatigue possibly starting to settle in. I mean, 2 back-to-back best of 3s and possibly looking at 6 maps total back-to-back is already quite a very frustratingly exhausting task. But simple, I mean, mistakes that were committed to, like, I mean, even with just re-peeking with a shotgun against an LMG, and as I feel LMG feels like it just one of those basic mistakes that 6S should have been passing through already very early, very quickly, and look, yeah, it's not good at all for Six School.
Definitely some fumbling going on, but I mean, still. OT is where we're at, the position we find ourselves in. Six School did get defense here, so a side that they're pretty comfortable with so far. Trinitas on the attack, so they're just going to keep the momentum chugging. And, I mean, they really want to try and find a pick here. I mean, 2 minutes pretty much has almost surpassed, and we have not seen a single frag, a single speck of damage. Need to come out here to try and clear the wall. Mute Jam being cleared out by the frag grenade there. Floaty to find one on the EVU, and Nopi takes down Lame Jack as well. Nitro doesn't connect. Ace is opening up that wall into the back of the site, which has been completely vacated by Six School here. From the top of Dragon, as if the heavens have opened up, dropping in from above. Nopi is there for the cross. Finker can't necessarily res herself just yet, possibly. That's why Floaty hasn't been picked up. Loser better confirm, and very quickly he needs to find about 2 kills, because that's the amount of players that are walking towards him. The LMG doesn't stop. It just keeps on giving. A triple kill for Nopi. Zix needs to find 4 to make this happen. However, Enlo is there. Trinitas, they're going to walk away with their attacking round. And now the question, Cthulhu, is, and I've asked it so many times tonight, is can they end it here? They get their defense, but can they do it?
I'm gonna go on a whim and say Trinitas will be the ones to take this map, and if they do, well, the dream that Six School were slowly moving towards, yeah, it is about to possibly be extinguished completely, and what looked like a promise, what looked like the chance for 6S to push playoffs, well, no more. It is going to happen. We was, you know, theory crafting that if 6S do win out Theme Park, they will still get a chance to contest it, even if they lose. But at this point, look, 6S Six School completely flogged it. As much as I would love to see them continue, it's just so far been very much of a downward spiral, and yeah, pain. Start. Okay, there we go. Spain in general. That's the what would you like in discussion.
Living in Spain without the S. It's unfortunate to say the least, but I mean, we are here. We are sort of living, loving, and laughing at the moment. Trinitas, they're in the position to close it out. Whether or not they will is a completely different question that we probably shouldn't look at, because as soon as we ask it, it always seems like they don't. So let's just go into this. It's 0-0, fresh game. See what happens. Obviously, Trinitas taking to the roof of Theme Park. Going to do pretty much the same push we've seen them pull off pretty much most of the match. Most of the times we've seen them attack here. 6 cool, sorry. This is. It's starting to get to me, Cthulhu. It really is, this whole back and forth thing. But yeah, Trinitas, they have the roam available. 6 school, they're just trying to clear cache. But I mean, look at this. A minute gone, and I don't actually think anyone is in the building, Cthulhu. And what a swing from Nopi. The hatch drop as well. He's gone, ladies and gentlemen. He's not sticking around. It has been spotted on the drone and actually will be taken down by Eevee there. So a good refrag on that attempted sort of rotate, but still losing Zayla in trade for Nopi. That's probably a big trade going in favor of 6 school here, because Zayla unfortunately hasn't been having that much of a heat of this game.
Yeah, Zayla not at all, kind of completely extinguished on the flames of the push, just not really feeling it on Theme Park. Again, the map pick that still has me a little bit confused as to why was this even a decision from 6 school, but maybe there was a grand plan behind it all. Maybe they were just expecting that Trinitas would not be as sharp as they are today. C4 though, knows Noel rids 6S of Lucifer, leaving all down to Zix, Lanejack, and EVU, and yeah, this is a little bit of an unfortunate turnout, as it looks like Trinitas are just 3 more frags away from finding their dub, and well, 6S kind of left fumbling out in the air, just trying to wave around and like, oh, what do we do?
Definitely does seem to be a bit back and forth. Not even back and forth. I'm gonna have to come up with a new phrase, but it's very odd how things have been going between these 2 teams. I mean, Eevee will find that frag on the end low, but Trinitas, they're going to be there, floating to take down Lanejack, 2 kills away from making it all happen. The back and forth nightmare to end. Renatus set up inside of this. There's only 10 seconds left, Cthulhu. They're just going to have to force it in. Flashbangs to come out. He will be taken down by Nosnol. The Volt on in, and Zix goes down. The floaty Trinitas finally break the curse and put themselves 2 rounds up to clutch things out. The crossfire there, perfectly done in the end. And they're going to walk away with map number 1 at an 8-6. On 6S's map pick, keep in mind. But still, very well done.
Indeed. Well, yeah, this does conclude it all rather well in the hands of Trinitas as well. I think both of us are pretty surprised with the outcome, given the play that Trinitas were bringing back on their play day number 1. But regardless of that, look, yeah, 6 School did end up completely flogging their opportunity there, given that they were to reach match point initially. But as it stands, unfortunately, well, their own map pick does not work out for them. Later down the line, though, our next map is, I believe, going to be Oregon. Oregon, yeah. So Oregon, much more stable ground, much more even, Steven kind of place to game it out. Well, again, an opportunity will be presenting itself, but at the same time, Trinitas also are back on a very comfortable zone. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it. I know you touched very quickly on Trinitas liking the back to basic maps. They perform very well. Club, Cafe, Oregon, maps like that. So no surprise that this is going to be their pick. I'd imagine that Trinitas are going to be starting on the attack, though, due to the fact that 6S will probably want to start on the defense, I'd imagine, depending on how they want to play their Oregon, albeit. But yeah, going into this, Trinitas, obviously it's their pick. It's a map that we know they're very comfortable on. It's a style of map that we know they're very comfortable on. And I mean, looking at how it's going to play out, if I had to pick and I had to vote, I would probably say the Trinitas look good to close this out here in a 2-map series. But at the end of the day, what do we know? We saw 3 maps in game number 1, and here we are at 8-6 on map 1 of game number 2. So anything goes, quite literally anything goes. So, I mean, if 6S can do it, Chalet is going to be map number 3. But until then, we obviously going to cut to a break again. We will find out very shortly what's going to happen on Oregon. Don't go anywhere. We will return.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass. In time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When Father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Zofia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていると？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again from our short break. We're here, map number 2 of our second game this evening, 6S versus Trinitas. We've already seen Theme go to OT 8-6 in favor of Trinitas, and now we go to their map pick, Oregon Cthulhu. Given Trinitas's experience with these sort of OG-style maps, how do you think this one's going to go?
Look, I'll be genuinely honest. I think Trinitas might just be able to take it away in their favor on Oregon, given that, yeah, look, it's been kind of their big whole storyline, at least in regards to just how this whole season went, how some of the previous performances back in Season 4, albeit, again, different roster. But certainly, yeah, look, the moment it goes down to kind of the standardized, the APAC way of Clubhouse, Oregon, maybe to a certain degree even Villa, they seem to have a good, solid understanding of what needs to be done, how it needs to be executed, and from there on, they kind of just ramp up their momentum. On the side of 6S, look, they've been experimenting, they've been trying. Cafe has worked out pretty well. Oregon and Clubhouse were also, as a matter of fact, a really good set of maps, especially on Malaysian qualifiers. But these are no Malaysian qualifiers anymore. This is the real deal. And so far, Success are coming from a very big upset, given that they had a match point on Cafe. No, not Cafe. What am I saying? Theme Park. Yeah, but Theme Park certainly was quite a large flog. So I'm gonna say this first probably 3 rounds will be a good indicator of what are we supposed to pretty much expect here.
Yeah, look, I definitely agree with you there. Depending on how Trinitas take these first few rounds, it is going to be sort of the deciding factor. Obviously, getting in with the bans, Thatcher Jackal, I don't think we've seen pretty much anything deviate from this, minus the Thinker pick tonight. But, I mean, these two operators, even after numerous nerfs, even after numerous refixes, they're still prominent. They're still getting banned out. Defense side, I'd imagine we'd see the Valkyrie Mirror. Just because it's Oregon. Yeah, just because it's Oregon. I mean, Mirror has such a prominent play style, especially on the downstairs bomb sites, but Valkyrie as well is really good. But I'd imagine Cade might actually be the favour here. Actually, okay, yeah, no, I should have stuck with the Valkyrie. I could have been 4 for 4. I'll hold that. I'll take that. That's fine.
Yeah, look, I mean, you still initially called the Valkyrie pick, so you still certainly could claim this rather easily. But yeah, look, I mean, with Trinitas, the win on Theme Park will be a huge boost to their confidence, especially given the fact that this is kind of their last-ditch effort. This is the one that they need to push. For 6S, they were looking relatively, confident going into this matchup. They already nearly managed to contest quite close the match against DAWEI, and then they come against what technically is like the throwaway almost team of Group A, and that's where things take a turn for the ugly part of it all. Just not being able to find a lot of closures, a whole lot of damage dealt, but no actual downs, no actual frags, and it all took a very big dip and a very huge downward spiral. Now, looking at Trinitas, Proto, I don't like where this is going.
Yeah, I see. Enlo locking in the Blitz, the Dokkaebi, the Lion, the Thinker, and then Zofia to bring it home. Nos Null with the LMG. This is scary,
and Nopies as well.
Yeah, this is scary Cthulhu in its primest example of this is what fear is. I mean, depending on how they play this could be a very quick round. However, majority of the setup looks like it is going to be towards the attic window, possibly for the vault in here is the play. But I mean, we're going to see how it goes. It's still early here, 30 seconds. The window opened up. Blitz jumping on in. It's going to be first, but Llama is there to find 1. The Jaeger's good for 2. Very quickly, Trinitas' attempt has just been absolutely thwarted by 6 School on the defense. Very well done, Nopi, to confirm that final kill, but 2 versus 3 is definitely still doable here for Trinitas, given that Zix is on low HP, and here come the Dokkaebi calls with the line scans. Things are going to get difficult.
Already indication about the presence on the bunks is there. But does Nopi know? He has seen the pixel. Oh no, completely misplayed. No. Nopi all of a sudden turns things around with Divine as well. All of a sudden Lucifer is the last man standing. It seems like maybe, yes, the original momentum has been completely flogged, but as it stands, 6S completely missed on the opportunity. The sheer dump of the flashbangs. How is he not blind at all is beyond me, but he's taking a lot of damage. It doesn't even matter anymore. But hello, game?
And keep in mind as well, how is he not blind with the new flashbang changes? because now it's just proximity. It's not even, you know, like looking based. It is just proximity to flashbang. I mean, that was pretty much on him there. But, you know, you take it when it's if you're not blind, you take those. I mean, if you can still see, you can shoot back. And unfortunately, there wasn't much of that going on, but still, it was a good attempt there from Six School. I mean, a 4v2, it's always a 4v2, isn't it? It always comes, any 4v2, instantly the 2 win. I mean, let's be honest, Trinitas off a round that pretty much did not deserve to be theirs in any way, shape or form is now on their round count. You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen, but this time it is going to be more of a return, as we like to say, back to basics. Enlo on the Thermite Divine is going to be sticking out that Dokkaebi and Nopi obviously on the Zoph as well. But Maverick and Fink are being brought along. This is more the standard current meta lineup from Trinitas. No Blitz being brought to the equation, but the Frost has genuinely been brought here by Six School to pretty much directly counter the rush play from Double Window, or at least the Bolt in. But yeah, I mean, whether or not that's going to be as effective this time now that Blitz and the rest of the rush group aren't being bought, we guess we'll find out. But still, I mean, Six School trail.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so just playing for a bit of a safeguard here as well, purely for the way how it's been kind of going down. Six will just want to essentially isolate one of those kind of pressure points to allow a little bit more kind of peace of mind. Oh, that frag grenade actually nearly was perfectly timed. Lucifer takes quite a chunk of that damage. But yeah, look, Trinitas certainly should be able to still read into all that position. I say that, though, Zayla does manage to get the better of Floki, so I think there's no more. But now comes the main question being that Six School looking to keep up. They need to keep up this sort of pressure, because what was happening during the whole theme park is that, oh yeah, we got a frag, time to fall back. How? Lucifer, how did he get the frag? What? Hello? Say what?
Hold this, man. I'm just... That is the equivalent of Bing Chilling, I think, there from Lucifer. He's just like, yeah, nades, no problem. I'm just going to swing on out. Frag, no problem. Takes the kill. That should Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that he's been allowed to do that is kind of insane. But I mean,
Nopi will be molding. If he
he will definitely be molding. He's going to watch this back and he's going to be like, yeah, damn, I really lost that. But, I mean... It sort of speaks levels to what Six School is sort of trying to hope for here. Nade to come down deep into pit from Nosnol, attempting to force out. Nitro from below is not going to connect. I mean, things starting to get a little bit spicy here for Trinitas, but again, they're in the clutch right now. So I'd imagine we've got some good chips on the table for them to make it happen, but yeah, 50 seconds could be...
Absolutely. With 50 seconds remaining as well, Divine does go down to the pre-fire from down below. The presence in the meeting room has been completely unchecked, and, well, Enlo trying to make that, I guess, last moment emergency play. They're not really finding a whole lot. There is presence behind the bed. Oh no. Oh no. It's about to go down. Yes, Ziggs claims the life, and AVU is the one to wrap it all up. It's beyond me. How was that really won by 6S, especially in the early stages? Nopi will be absolutely just face-palming at the fact that he was literally 1 point of HP away from finding that frag. That is an upset and a half.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Lucifer did not deserve to be alive, let alone get that kill. Excuse me. Swinging out from top white there. That you just love to see that when it happens in that way. I mean, really unfortunate. Keep in mind for Nopi, but yeah, I mean, Lucifer takes those. 1 HP in a dream, you know, you love to see it. But still, Six School there to equalise 1-1, and well, a lot better than round number 1. Arguably, they should be 2-0 up right now, if I'm being completely honest, because they had that last round in the bag, first round. But, you know, Trinitas were like, yeah, okay, clutch time, proceeded to clutch. And now puts them in a position that means that they're not necessarily falling behind. Nopi will be jumping on the knock, though. Flores also being implemented here by Enlo. No mute on the side of the defense, so the Flores drone's probably going to be relatively free pickings here for the shield. Now, something that I was going to mention is the pre-play smoke there, but he decided to pick it up, so you love to see it. Now, is this not going to have as much of an impact as I hope it is the question.
Nope. Managed to sneak by one of the cameras already, so that's a promising start. About to have the gadget to fully regenerate, and I think this is where when the Q is actually going to be going, given that, well, he hasn't been generating a whole lot of sound. Actually, just, yeah, there it is. There's the pop of the gadget, and the hell device will be engaged. But does he expect a very close by play? Zayla might just be able to do this. Does spot a flick snapped onto Nopi. All of that effort for nothing.
Unfortunate. I mean, especially with Knock, you know, the whole Kavira mechanic makes no sound when ability is active type beat, and, you know, Zayla was just there ready. I mean, we have seen Zayla doing amazingly in the last few games that we have watched him play in, so kind of expected that he hits that shot, if I'm being 100% honest. Not really, you know, baffling at this point. He is just insane with it. But still, Nopi to go is obviously a big L in the department of people you don't want to be losing straight away. But now, obviously, the Hatchin meeting being opened up here by Nos Null. Trinitas getting themselves some control towards the bomb side at least. But, I mean, they also seem a little bit thrown, if I'm honest. We've got two players sort of jiggling around Zulu here, now making their way towards bottom main. And Thick School, they're sort of just sitting on site waiting for something to, you know, happen.
Waiting for the end to come.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, it's been a bit of a passive round from Six School, albeit it does kind of work out as just the PTSD simulator there, watching Enlo just completely flop back on his booty. And for Nosno, well, he's going to try to do something, but obviously there's no presence by the double door. And kind of more so misread that position. Floaty might just be able to find some sort of an opener as Diego has been completely distracted. The pings are starting to come about, and finally the frag grenade does get the better of him. LMG goes burr, and this does lead all down to EBU as Floaty just completely snaps onto Lucifer and finds EBU as it all goes down. Out of nowhere, well, PTSD seems to be more so induced now onto Six School.
Good morning. Trinitas woke up on the right side of the bed at the start of that round. Floaty coming down Freeze's stairs to find himself 3 huge kills, and Trinitas take the reins back into their hands in terms of the lead. 2-1. Obviously, it's nothing to be sort of in awe of just yet. We could still get some more back and forth simulator here, but Trinitas, I mean, this is a map that they're comfortable on. That round, should I say, looks a lot more comfortable from them. They were very happy pushing in there. I mean, yes, and keep in mind, cool, they lost Nopi really early on in that round and still managed to convert it in their favor. So, I mean, something to take away from that at the end of the day is, you know, should that necessarily have been a win there for Trinitas, given that they lost the first couple of picks as well? I mean, big things.
In fact, big things have been happening. Trinitas, completely different kind of unit comparative to what we've seen them perform on the day number 1, where it was just complete flog all out with... You know, it is kind of funny though, Proto. First match day for Group A been all but 2-0s across the board. I mean, TNS DAWEI 7-0, 7-5s, RTS 6S 7-1, 7-0s, RTS TNS 7-0, 7-2. And then we have today, a complete polar bloody opposite, and 2-1 already, with 7-3, 7-5, 7-5. 6S just finished a loss in overtime, and we still got, well, okay, DAWEI versus Renatus, or Roosters, however you want to call them. Surely Renatus just don't completely flop their dub and just lock in their position, because if that's the case, and if they don't throw it away, DAWEI will be just left on that second place, and we'll have to play it through the beginning of upper quarterfinals.
I guess we'll see. It is all to come. Speculation at best. But still, I mean, hopefully it does come to how you have just sort of advertised it for everybody. But still, yet to see how things play out. Trinitas lead with 1 round. They're playing for blue control here. It's going to be a pillar backside execute for them. Six School seem to know that this is the case. Nade to come out. Very nice throw from Floaty Lucifer to go down. Zix also takes a lot of damage in the crossfire. And now the Candelas to follow the Nitro drawn out early. This is going to be huge on the execute. Zix with the MK14 will find one. Has blue control again. The Candela to try and deny this. However, already in the sight. Enlo's going to find the headshot onto Jaeger. Divine there for Zix as well. Low. Lame is trying to run back to the side, but Nosnol is there to take him down. And Trinitas, this is where it all starts to come together for them. This is their map, and they are very comfortable in playing so.
I'm about to be ready to bust out all the popcorn here, Proto.
Yeah.
This absolute just rundown by Trinitas has been actually very, very entertaining to watch, given that it kind of almost feels like what happened was, oh yeah, we're gonna try to go Strat's way. In comes the first round and second round. Yeah, nah, Strat's way not working. Let's just send it, but treat it as ranked. I mean, to refer back to one of the other leagues within ANZ, the LPL Pro one, we had a number of teams that just decided to, you know what, reject modernity, return to all the swings. Yeah, and that is where they just absolutely were able to thrive. And yeah, look, sorry, my bad. I've IRL stuff just distracting me, unfortunately, but it definitely seems like that is the case here for Trinitas. They just absolutely, you know, full sending it. They get the drones, they get the live drones. Forget all the strategy, forget all the construction that they had for the strats. Just frag. LMGs go huge. Bring in at least one of the LMGs, and you're pretty much all sorted.
Yeah, and the LMGs have just, you know, done so much work for them in the last couple of matchups. I'm not surprised we saw the Finker banned out in one of the previous Success games, but still, she is available on Oregon here, and Trinitas definitely using her as such. But the swing, Floaty almost gets the stealth res off. A lot of damage dealt to Lame Jack, but he's going to walk away with that frag, and unfortunately there is no trade in sight here for Trinitas. Onto the top of White, Divine as well to take down Lame Jack. What a shot from the bark. Lucifer, he might have got away against Nopi, but he's not getting away against Endo. He's actually in the site right now. Oh no, sorry, I take it back. That's the A. No worries.
Oh man, a bit of an upset central here with Lame Jack and Lucifer really suffering the very same outcomes. EVU, Zix, and Zayla are the last men standing here against the whole onslaught. That's another one. Nopi finally hits that though. Says, okay, this time this is working. This time we're gonna make it play, and it certainly does. The sheer lack of vertical is there. Nopi though does go down. Zayla is back to being reactivated, albeit barely a whole lot of HP. Means a number of problems could be resulting there. EVU just keep on spraying, man. If that doesn't go down, you still have the whole softball boyo, but no, doesn't really end up doing it at all. And complete flood onto the side is the conclusion by Trinitas as they claim what I believe 4th point. Yes, it is. Yeah, fourth point.
Yeah, 4th point. 4-1 right now. Trinitas definitely looking at home here and attempting to put us back on schedule. So for that, we thank you. But I mean, it is going to come down to their defense. Keep in mind, Cthulhu 5-1 is the best that they can possibly hope for here going into their second half. But I mean, Six School 4-2 is definitely doable. But going from defense to attack at such a deficit, we see it all the time in competitive play. We see it in pro play. Teams that start on defense on Oregon and then go to the attack tend to struggle to close it out. Obviously not always, not in every situation, but starting off on the defense, if you don't find a 4-2 or at least a 3-3 at minimum, usually teams will struggle to close that out when they switch over onto the attack, because, you know, if you start on attack and you get that benefit, you usually look pretty good to close things out. Obviously on defense, because defense on Oregon arguably is the easier side of the two. But still, we're going to see if that is the case here. Again, sometimes that does not tend to be the case, and for Six School, 4-2 is definitely doable. We've seen them do it already tonight, so you never know. But Trinitas definitely looking like they've found their stride a little bit more on Oregon, and that just, again, seems to be their map pick. It is just somewhere that they are quite happy to go toe-to-toe with pretty much any team on.
Yeah. Oregon so far been proven really, really well, and it seems like we've been, you know, how we've been all roasting them, saying, oh yeah, their two big impact players are gone. Don't care. Doesn't look like that really even hindered them anymore. Divine swinging back into his role actually pretty well, all things considered, and the rest of the team actually performing and keeping up pretty well compared to what we've seen kind of from 6S being that whole, you know, Zayla, occasionally EVU, occasionally Zix show. Now it's all been kind of just left a little bit more in the dust, but with Enlo being down and finally finished off, Lucifer will be scoring the first blood here in favor of Six School. Now, the rest of the team still continuing that advance. No has the position around the lobby to be able to apply pressure on both the Kitchen and the Zulu, but on Zulu, he's being awaited with a rather nasty surprise in form of Zix. That pre-fight all through the wall gets the better of Lucifer as the information is out there.
Lovely headshot. Good Z pings as well. This is good. Great drone work even from Trinitas. And what a shame. Nope, he lost the first fight on white. He's not going to lose the second. Zayla to go down. Floaty's there to take down Lame Jack as well. And Zix very quickly in a 1 versus 4. He's going to opt for the rotate into meeting. Has made his way into Greenhall without being taken down just yet. But it doesn't really matter because Trinitas, they're starting to make their way onto the site. They've got White Stairs control that they're playing for. They have the double window. First smoke of a few to come out here. Possibly one of only in there. Yeah, Floaty is waiting and ready. Trinitas are going to find a 5-1 half, and this could be the quickest match we've seen tonight, Cthulhu, provided that Trinitas can keep this momentum up on their defense.
Indeed. Look, this is already looking like we might just be seeing a very rapid conclusion to it all, like you said. Wouldn't be surprised if that is actually the case. Trinitas completely managed to overtake the whole mental game, and Six School completely just flogged it. There's unfortunately no way to really call it any other way, and it seems like, at least for the fraction of the problems, the exhaustion did really come to be a really big factor here, because some of the rotations starting to come in at very late moments. The tilt is probably there as well from the back of the unfortunate loss on the decider map. So yeah, look, not the kind of situation that Six School would have wanted to see, and they probably were dreading going into this very matchup, knowing full well that they would have to play back-to-back BO3s, and something that they would have wanted to avoid. But alas, it is what it is. 2 more rounds separate Trinitas from winning out the whole series, claiming that 3-pointer, and on top of it all, the best part of this whole ordeal, leaving 6S with no opportunities, no points, basically the equivalent of maidenless.
I was waiting for it. I really was. And I'm glad I waited. I'm glad I waited, because, yeah, always provides the goods. But, yeah. Anyway, we continue. We carry on. Trinitas on the defense, 5-1. I mean, we already see how they are taking things, given the decorations that they've decided to add to the walls and floors of the bomb site. However, no kills to come out just yet. A minute sort of gone by. And, I mean, Trinitas have set themselves up pretty well. I say this as Enlo gets pretty much decimated by the LMG. Through the wall as well, headshot there. Trinitas now down a player, but I mean, at the end of the day, Six School, they're not here to play lightly. They're not there to play lightly. They obviously want to do as much damage as they can, but on the run out, Nopi, unfortunately, is going to go back inside empty-handed.
Indeed, but unfortunately for Enlo, things just not particularly looking very promising. At least, though, very promising for Floaty. That's Lane Jack gone, that's the sledge, that's the frag grenades as well. But, oh, this is a very cheeky position. Frag grenade out. Oh, very much spooking one of the players.
Oh.
And the drop down as well. 6S not reading into that rotation as well, which could be hello? Zayla, is you good, my man?
Third time we've seen this tonight. And Finka, every time. Just sort of throw the nade.
Wait. That could have been bad. Okay.
Okay. Thank God. If you will stay alive from the team nade there, will spot the swing from the shotgun as well. Unfortunately, neither player connects there. And Attic has been forfeited though, so we do have some good control here for Trinitas. No. Obviously has plenty to deny for a considerable amount of time, but Maverick's going to have to be the spearhead of this push here. Will spot the head, and that's the down and confirm on the Ziggs. Now denying into the site with the smoke. He has to play for this final member of 6 School. Trinitas could put us on match point here. EVU on such low HP, 15 seconds. Needs to either go for the kill or the plant, but no, Divine is there, clutching things out. Trinitas very quickly put us on match point. This is their map, and they want to take it.
Well, to nobody's surprise, the team's map pick finally is actually working out, comparative to what we've seen in the first matchup. But look, a little bit of a bitter kind of ending to 6 School's whole, Cinderella story. They qualified for Operation League, playing out in the group stage, and all of the teachings, whilst still well done, and they did manage to learn from their mistakes. The next problem being is that their endurance run is a problematic problematic situation that unfortunately, quite rather difficult to really deal with as well. Given the outcome, given the fact how back and forth, how slow and how long the first matchup it was for them, definitely ended up playing quite a rather cruel joke overall on the 6S roster. But apart from that, look, if they do manage to come back into Season 6 and be able to perform even better, look, I'm not complaining. Go for gold, and exactly something that could be done for them here. On the side of Trinitas, look, it's good to see that the old dogs are coming back to it after a rather unfortunate turnout. But regardless of that, I mean, they will be forced to play in the lower quarterfinals, aka no chances whatsoever given to them.
We see the blitz, Lane Jack. I think it's going to be a very similar strategy here if they can get this blitz on in. However, drawing a smoke early does a considerable amount of damage to 3 players. But here we go. The send was attempted, however, completely nullified by this double shield setup. Calls as well, forces the second smoke. 1 shield cleared, and Lucifer actually finds a kill on the floaty. But 6 School here trying to just brute force their way into 3 Trinitas players holding the crosses. Unfortunately, not quite going in their favor. Lucifer will go down. The confirm as well for Nosno. Nosno will be down on the return back. However, the rotate has been called. Blitz is there, the only person to confirm. But, whoa, Enlo is there and waiting on this rotate to take down EVU. And very quickly, a 3 versus 4 that looked so much better for 6 School about 10 seconds ago. Now, no longer looks as good. Even saying so, line scan, Zayla does take a lot of damage, but Cthulhu, it's not looking too great.
Not at all, yeah, this is looking very scary, very not really promising, albeit the 50 bang does go rather large here for Zix as the pre-fire galore, but 1 versus 3 in hopes of keeping 6 School's dreams alive, and with the sheer swings layout, look, Nopi, understandably so, wanted to, meme it out and rub in the salt, but as it stands, 2v1 minute to go, still gives a little bit more hope at, pulling a couple of rotates, catching a few of the players off guard, but has an inkling about the position. In comes the rotation, does not catch the Goyo off guard, And, well, with all those positions remaining, yeah, look, Zix not particularly feeling it too much.
This is very winnable here. Very winnable indeed for Zix. However, the glasses of the Warden, activated there. And I mean, he got his utility usage in. You do have to give him that. Very, very well done there by Trinitar. 7-1, putting us back on schedule. And I mean, very well said there by Divine. A good run from Six School nonetheless. And you do have to give them some props. I mean, they have gone toe-to-toe with some pretty big names in this tournament, Cthulhu, and unfortunately, this being the quickest game for them this evening, but even still, the effort was there right to the end. You do have to give them that. The attempt was valiant, and I mean, still, congratulations to them. Making it this far alone has been, at the performance that they've been providing as well, has just been amazing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 110%. Very valiant effort there from Six School. Unfortunately, yeah, this is pretty much it for their run within Operation League stage or season 5, and well, they will have to essentially watch how the playoffs really play off later down the line. But as it stands, congratulations for TNS. Trinitas did manage to qualify for the playoffs just in the nick of time. But we are not done yet. We still got, well, at least in my eyes, the match of the day. That is being DAWEI versus Roosters. Well, the number 1 team versus the number 2 team. And, well, it is going to be a battle for seeding.
Yeah, we're going to see if there is any difference between first and second seed here, or as you mentioned, is it just going to be purely for seeding? I definitely think we are going to see some very good siege coming in the next game. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back for game number 3 momentarily. And then hopefully we will see whether or not first or second seed is the one to go for. We will be right back.
This wasn't supposed to be easy, you know. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. How do you forget a sister after everything we've been through? All of those nights, when the lights go out, and the monsters come out to play. I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. When father left us, we mourned. But they also buried a part of Zofia that day. The part that made her my sister. I spent years trying to reach her, but in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Ella!
Father would be ashamed of you. Father died, Sophia. But you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
善と悪、凪と嵐、何が来るかはわからない。敵か味方か。敵が来たなら容赦はしない。なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えているぞ。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
All night, yeah, you got me up like all night. And I'm thinking that we just might have something that we can't explain. Give me a sign, I'm wasting no time. I'm yours if you say the words. Show me your moves, nothing to lose. I think we can make this work. All night, there's something we just can't contain. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? We gonna dance our hands to the ceiling. I like the way you're moving, yeah. I got a feeling, babe, can you feel it? Let's go. Baby, feel the beat, just let go. No, I don't know much, but I know there's something that I can't explain.